I can, and I just hit the live button right before I brought you in, so they might already hear you as well. In fact, I'm pretty sure they do.
That's good. They should.
Yes. Hey, guys. So in accordance with Bird of Prey's earlier stream, I've now proven that my intro can be less than 5 minutes because we didn't have one at all. 5 minutes. So, yeah, suck on that, whoever asked that question. So good to see you. Obviously, I have a special guest with me. Yes, that is a turd.
It's on my finger.
Well, you're not supposed to put your finger in it.
Oh, sorry.
So I see you have relocated to the lounge, or is that like 10 forward of the Foley?
Yeah, I figured I might as well be more comfortable.
Okay, so, and I've never in my life had a single malt Irish whiskey, and so it says distilled in copper pots. So I guess that's a thing for Irish whiskey.
I'd rather it be distilled in pepper pots.
Wow, you really went there right off the bat. And Thomas puts $1.99 into the chat to get things started. So woohoo! But I don't have the super chat animations because we're in StreamYards. Hopefully, by the way, I did send an invite out to a couple of special potential guests that said if they were awake, they would join us because they are literally in Ireland. And so hopefully they will be able to join us. But Thomas, and so Thomas does have a ship quiz for us. So he already told me where he was sending it. So let me get that. So now, Captain Foley.
Yes, dear.
This is, you don't have to call me dear. This is something that we do on a pretty regular basis. Thomas is a avid collector of Eagle Moss ships.
Okay. And
so he likes to let's see. So this is the ship, just to make sure, Thomas, this is the ship you showed me earlier. The one you showed me earlier today. So what we do is when Thomas gets a new Eagle Moss ship, he will send me a picture, and that way people can guess what the name of the ship is, and the first one to get it right wins. And what they generally win is a super chat reward, but today they'll win a toast to the first drink of the night, I guess, because I don't have the super chat rewards available. However, and Lupton Soup says, I got swabbed for SARS-CoV-2 today. Well, I hope that it comes out negative. And I'm sure Captain Foley hopes that as well, since you're not Bird of Prey.
Absolutely.
So now let me bring up. Oh, and I see we have one of my Irish friends has actually made it. How you doing, Darth?
I'm tired. How are you doing?
I'm hanging in there. Well, it's like what, 4:30 in the morning or so?
2:30.
2:30?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you said it was going to be 4:30.
Yeah.
I can't hear him.
You can't hear Darth Revan?
Nope.
I hear him fine. That's weird.
Okay, hold on. Do you want me? Give me a second to unplug and replug.
Okay. He's going to try to disconnect and come back in and see if that.
Yeah. Okay, how's this?
Can you hear me yet? Captain Foley can't hear you.
Okay, hold on. I'll be back.
Yeah, exit out, come back in, and we'll see what happens. All right, so that was Darth Revan, who for some reason can't seem to connect. All right, so we're going to show this ship. And so no fair you guessing, Captain Foley, because you'll get it right away probably, even though, I can't say that what I was going to say or else that would give a hint. So, but you can name it off if nobody else can figure it out. All right, so here we go. And share. There it is. So do you know that ship?
Oh, yes.
Okay. So we'll see who is first. Jeff is in the house. Good to see you. Rambling Canuck, one of my favorite Canucks. And Adega Outlaw gets it. Yes, it is in fact Colonial 1. And so, sorry, Tim, you were a little slow in the draw, and Darth Maul, a little slow in the draw, but Adega, congratulations. And for you, I will now sample my first ever taste of single malt Irish whiskey. That's not bad. I was expecting it to be a little more burny, I guess you could say. Feel the burn. So, yeah, I know that was bad. So, how are things up in the Great White North?
Fucked. Everything's closed. Same situation you guys have going on.
So, are the did the Canadians go crazy like Americans did as far as, toilet paper and stuff like that?
They did indeed.
You have any theories on that?
Yeah. My theory is somebody went to Costco and one of the stock guys didn't order enough toilet paper or had it sitting on skids in the back, didn't restock the shelves. So some dipshit went in with his camera, with his phone, said, "Oh my God, the shelves are empty," took a picture and tweeted it. And then every dipshit is like, "Oh, well, if people are getting toilet paper, we need to run out and get some." And then that snowballed, and everybody and their wife now is sharing pictures of empty shelves, and it's just making the problem worse. So that's my theory on the toilet paper situation.
I think that, it's like, this would be a great time to buy stock in Charmin. I agree that it's crazy because they can't get it. They can't keep it on the shelves. Darth, try again. See if Captain Foley can hear you this time.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, now I can.
Okay.
Hey, I'm your conscience. Drink more alcohol.
Well, you are Irish, so.
Yes, and we're on total lockdown pretty much. All the bars are closed here.
So we have 3 major countries represented already. Of course, only one of them gets to celebrate today, but for you it was yesterday.
Yeah.
So happy day after St. Patrick's Day. Did you guys have anything
No.
Yeah.
No. There's pictures online of people walking through cities and villages all over Ireland, and the place is just dead. Like nothing.
And no, Thomas, I'm not ignoring you. I saw you said it was St. Borg Day, but no, it is St. Patrick's Day. St. Borg Day is what they're celebrating in Picard.
I don't know how to say saint, but it's our Podrick law. That's how you say Patrick's Day.
You don't know how to say? Oh, in what's
Irish?
Do you call it just Irish, or is it like okay?
No, so in Ireland you call it Irish, but in Scotland you call it Gaelic.
Right, because that's what I've heard is Gaelic.
Yes, that's the genuine name for the language, but the Irish has generally shifted away from the old Gael people. So it's now kind of its own thing, while Scots is pretty much the more older version of what we speak now. Because Scotland's language is a descendant, because we sent over a whole load of settlers, and their first king was Irish. So technically, the British monarchy is Irish.
Well, now Captain Foley is also under the British monarchy.
Well, we used to be, not so much anymore, but.
Yeah. Oh, you are.
Whose face is? If you open your wallet, whose face is in there? Well,
kind of hard to argue with that kind of logic. Just saying.
As I said earlier, my wallet is empty.
Yeah, true. I mean, our Prime Minister, the Taoiseach, he made a speech there tonight telling about how things are going to get worse and before they get better. And don't hug your kids.
And speaking of all right, I do want to say Jagerbomb, who it actually, correct me if I'm wrong, Jaeger, but you did actually test positive. So, definitely my heart's out to you, but says, I'm okay. Still got the sore throat that won't go away. I'll see if that gets better or worse. Happy St. Patrick's Day to all. Don't let the coronavirus get you down. Yeah, and that's the thing. For most people, it's not horrible. It's just getting sick.
Inconvenient.
Yeah. And so that is, that's unfortunate, but I'm glad that you're doing okay so far. So as far as I know, Jaeger, you're the only person I know personally that has tested positive. So I am truly sorry about that. But I assume so. Ireland is shut down, Canada is shut down, the United States is pretty much shut down. And Piano Dean is in the house. Good to see you, Piano Dean. Speaking of affected, now, I don't know. Do you know who Piano Dean is, Captain Foley?
Yes, he did your Cheers song.
Yes, an incredible musician. And unfortunately, as such, being a professional musician, guess what he gets to do now? Nothing. Where he works is shut down. And so, he's and that's where my thing about this whole coronavirus thing is the simple problem is that the financial side of it is what's really going to impact people.
Over here, the government has basically said, "Oh yeah, everyone who's affected are all going on a temporary social welfare," and then the government is going to borrow billions. They said, but it'll take years to get back to where we were, but we'll get back there. But we're not. We're going to make sure every business that closed down opens its doors again.
Yeah. And so, yeah, it sucks. I mean, for people like Piano Dean, anybody in the entertainment industry, really, whether it be like people that work in restaurants, people that work in hotels, people that work at resorts and stuff like that, they are all screwed.
Speaking about hotel, I just saved 150 on the hotel that I'm booking in August. Thank you, coronavirus.
Is that for the Dublin Comic-Con?
Yes.
And Matt G throws a buck into the chat. Thank you so much, Matt. And by the way, and I have not said anything to this point, but I do want it said that I'm going to, and depending on how things are going for Piano Dean, I'm going to probably be trying to do like some kind of fundraiser to help him out a little bit, like maybe put some of the super chats and stuff towards him, because I know that he is completely hosed by the situation. Now, I wanted to real quick. Now, since we got the legendary Captain Foley on the line, although now
the smoothest man in Canada,
yeah, and he's turning the camera around so that we can see his TV that is showing it looks like
ultra porn.
Yeah, don't be showing porn on my. So Star Trek, is that like? I assume that's a game, or it's just a screensaver.
It's just the PlayStation 4 theme I have.
Okay.
That is actually quite cool.
That is actually, I do like that. So, Captain Foley.
Yes.
You and Commander Cockings did a video on your channel about the Borg cube failing.
Yes.
And I think you missed something, and at least from why I only watched the video once, but I didn't hear either of you mention it, and it sounded like it would have made part of it make a little more sense to you. Did you not get that the Romulans purposefully got assimilated?
No.
Yes. And Mr. Pete is 75% away to the big time. Hey, Mr. Pete, good to see you, my friend. I haven't seen you in a little while. And I got to remember to turn off that voice to text because it's going to drive me crazy. So he says, welcome to the new prohibition. Remember me, Auntie. The roaring 20s are back, baby. We need to go back to 1999. Oh, well, happy disease, St. Pat's Tell. So, and looks like we lost Captain Foley. So
you're on the way.
Oh, okay. He's coming back in.
Okay.
Maybe his computer. He was working on updating his computer, so I don't know if that was. You there?
Yeah, I don't know what happened there.
Oh, now I can't hear you. Say something.
Coronavirus got you. I hear him.
No. There, I heard you now.
Oh, okay, good.
All right. So what I was going to say, so the Romulans at the beginning of the episode when what's her name, the Zat Vash, whatever, and we find out that of course the other Zat Vash is her aunt, and she's sitting there in the hospital room on the Borg cube, and she's talking to her, and she says, if only it was my ship that got assimilated instead of yours. And it sounded like the Romulan plan was to get a Zat Vash assimilated specifically to get that information into the collective.
No,
That's stupid. I'm not saying like
Well, I'm not saying the episode was like brilliant. Don't get me wrong.
No. Okay, but take it from the beliefs of the Zat Vash. They hate synthetic life.
Yes.
The Borg are synthetic life. So
No,
why
they are
would
not.
Okay, technically. Okay, because they have synthetics within them.
Yeah,
Then-
but the Romulans don't like they never said that they were against, say, Picard having an artificial heart.
Well, no, but still, I don't. It'd be more of the collective itself, the whatever we are Borg, that thing that they hate, most of all. But basically, why would they defile themselves by giving themselves over? Plus,
I actually have an answer for that.
okay,
All right. So what we know of their prophecy is not really so much a prophecy as that they got a warning from some super advanced race from 200,000 years ago. And that warning was that once artificial life reaches a certain plateau, then something really horrible is coming and it's going to wipe out everybody. Right?
okay.
Who in all the galaxy could possibly defend against such an attack?
The Borg,
So who do you want to warn?
species 8479.
No, the Borg.
Yes.
And so I think that I think that the Zat, because keep in mind the Zat Vash, I don't think that they don't necessarily hate synthetics as much as they're scared of the repercussions of synthetics reaching a certain level. And so I think that getting the Borg on their side would ultimately play out to their favor. But I think that Commander Hawkins was correct in that in assimilating the information, it drove the Borg on that cube, as each was exposed to it, it was kind of short-circuiting them because it was more than they could handle. And so then the Borg cut off that cube in order to prevent the information from infecting the collective and driving the collective insane.
Yes.
However, I also want to say, and this is the other thing I think you missed, Captain Foley, and I'd like your opinion on this. I think that this could be seen as a direct callback to Descent, and specifically, why is it that that group of Borg was separate from the collective? Because they mentioned the collective as separate from them, and it would make sense that if when Hugh was reassimilated, and his sense of individuality did infect the Borg, but the Borg cut it off at his ship.
I have a Borg question for the two of you. Okay, you know when a woman is assimilated and say she's pregnant. Okay?
Okay. Yeah.
Is the baby taken out of her and put into a maturation chamber? Because you never see a pregnant Borg, and statistically, a lot of the Borgs would be pregnant.
Yeah, that would make a lot of sense, actually.
Yeah.
All right, so Ensign Ricky throws a couple of bucks in. And Ensign Ricky, by the way, his favorite word is the F-bomb. So those effing effers, drink up, shots. Oh, F those effing effers, drink up, that's shots times 3.
Well, since it's Irish, you should say, feck those feckin' feckers.
Okay, is that Irish for what we consider the...
Yeah, well, that's what we genuinely use.
So fecker?
Fecker.
So feck is the equivalent of...
Yep.
Okay. I'm going to use that from now on. I'm going to curse in Irish from now on.
It's actually, it will get you on, you will be able to curse and it will get you underneath the YouTube demonetization thing.
So, yeah, that's it. Feckers.
Yeah, feckin' fecker.
All right, Ensign Ricky, you mother fecker.
Yeah, I've never heard that one. It's more like a fucking little, and then you curse.
So anyway, so Captain Foley, what do you think of what I was saying?
I think it's stupid. I think your ship got
Okay,
dissipated by accident.
then why was it that the niece sounded envious? By the way, Darth Ren, do you have something like right on your microphone? Because it sounds like
No,
it sounds like
is
you're
that hold on?
Fine.
No, I okay. I'm actually unplugging my mic completely. I'm
no,
not
the
on my laptop.
Captain Foley service. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, for some
It
reason
sounds
it's
like your
fine.
microphone's like dripping in water or something.
It's crackling. I don't know why it does this on StreamYards on my phone.
That's weird.
did you drop your phone by any chance?
Nope.
I haven't heard Shizo in forever. Shizno?
Shinzo.
Shizno.
Okay.
I'm not sure what Aberdam means.
I'm going to leave for a second. We'll be right back.
All right.
Okay.
So wait for Captain Foley to come back. He might, so I don't think my idea is crazy. Do you think my idea is crazy?
Not completely, but it's the way I got it. It's like, oh, the way that you'd say to a family member, "Oh, I wish I was there instead of you."
Yeah. And no, Kronos, I'm not ignoring you guys, but this is why I don't do panel discussions very often, because I can't read the chat while doing a panel discussion.
Exactly. It's
Bunch
mean.
of jerks around here, I tell you.
I know, they're a bunch of Egypts.
They're a bunch of Egypts? Is that what you said?
Egypts.
Oh, what's an Egypt?
It's more than an idiot and less than a moron.
Okay.
Yeah, there's another one for you.
Yeah. And yes, you're a jerk, Kronos. Of course, you're a Kurogan, so that kind of goes with the territory, right?
I think it's mandatory for him there.
Yeah.
But I mean, I was looking at the fleet and what they're saying, and I don't think that the fleet is going to show up if for a long length of time, maybe for what you were saying, a scene or two, because they sent him to Deep Space 12 while people went through a Borg node. Now, how are the Starfleet going to detect unless they detected, whatever the new Romulan ships are using as an engine? They're like, hey, there's a massive particle going this way. Maybe the Romulans fled, or L7 messages them off screen, something like that. Either way, the fleet's not going to get there.
And first, so let me, Ensign Ricky, no one here is woke, so I'm not saying woke is feck and drinking to that, although I just said it, so I guess I need to. And Springtime, how's it going, my friend? And Cardinal Doomsday says, learn yourself some Irish slang. Well, I'm trying to. That's why I got Darth Revan here. Oh, and Captain Cody's in the back room, so let me let him back in. Sorry, Captain.
No problem. Hopefully that fixed it.
You're coming much clearer now.
Yeah, much more smoother now.
It usually starts out smooth and then it gets bad again. I don't know what the problem
is. It's funny. You know what it sounds like? It sounds like you have a glass full of ice and you're just shaking it right in front of the microphone.
Yeah.
Sorry.
It sounds like he's drinking a nice glass of refreshed shaken baby from Beagle Bites.
And yes, Thomas, I did see the picture on Bird of Prey stream that somehow Elnor and them get back together. It looks like on the Borg cube, in fact.
I have never seen the Borg collective act like that when it took over 7.
Well, we've never seen someone become a Borg central hub, basically, before, because we've always had the Queen once that concept was invented.
Dude, you do realize that kind of proves your theory? That there's more than one Queen?
Not necessarily, because that cube was separated from the collective, and they said the Queen sometimes will be there.
Yeah, but maybe the Queen is.
They didn't say a queen.
Well,
and
yeah.
Indy Tiger throws a couple of bucks in and says, like Bugs Bunny, Idjit Galoot. Oh, okay, yeah, I get it. Took me a minute.
No, you spelled
Idjit Galoot.
You Okay, another one is we also, if someone's being like sneaky in that, we call him a Schleveen.
A Schlemeen?
No, Schleveen.
Schleeve-ing.
It means snake.
I will try to remember that. Yes, Foley is drinking. He's drinking some peach Crown Royal. Oh, he forgot his peach Crown Royal, so he's grabbing it. So you
Someone who
actually crack that open, or you just going to hold up the bottle?
It's already in my glass, dipshit.
Oh, you call me a dipshit? There you go. That's it. That's it.
some good old Irish mouthwash.
Yes.
Okay, so let's see. He's a part Irishman on St. Patrick's Day, drinking something that has crown in it. His family would be proud.
He's absolutely submitting to the crown. So Captain Foley, tell me, why is my idea stupid?
So you're just justifying it on the fact that Narissa said she would have rather been assimilated. Because Rhonda didn't make the Zot Vash. She didn't qualify because she ripped her hair out and she didn't handle it well.
Well, she didn't handle it well, but she's in the Zot Vash.
How do you know?
Because they said it in the flashback. You either die or you're in the Zot Vash. That's it.
I don't think she made it just because she was ripping her hair out. She didn't take it well. She didn't take it like Narissa did. So I don't think she qualified.
Maybe all the Tal Shiar are failed.
But the thing is, only the Zot Vash know the terrible secret. Even the Tal Shiar don't know the terrible secret.
Maybe it's like a rank thing. That if you get it past a certain level of Scientology, you can become a Zot Vash.
And no, Vile, I didn't see the message because I was getting the Skype or the stream set up. But yeah, re-edit and let me know when it's ready, and I will stand by for that. Right. Me and Vile are doing a little collaboration video. Like part 1 is on his channel and part 2 is on mine.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah. Have you seen his like stuff he does with the Vile Child?
No.
You should. They're actually a lot of fun. If you haven't checked out Vile Mike, check him out. Subscribe to his channel because Vile Mike does reviews with his daughter, who he refers to as the Vile Child, and they do reviews of TOS episodes that she has never seen before. So it's kind of cool to get a young person's perspective on the original series. And it's a fun little thing they do, and then so I'm a guest host on their review for my personal favorite episode of all of Trek, Balance of Terror.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah. And Commodore Ty is in the house. How you doing? And Vile says thanks for the unsolicited plug. Yes, you're welcome, and I received your check. And Kronos just got the notification. Well, that's good. So you think okay. So you think that the idea is crazy just because they didn't explicitly say it?
Yeah, I mean, if they were going to put a ship in harm's way, they should have somebody that's actually qualified to do that, which they should have put Narissa's ship in harm's way instead of Rhonda's. It made no sense that they, A, weren't on the same ship, and B, that it was my assumption that basically Rhonda's ship was assimilated just as a fluke.
See, I get the idea. And Life with Matthews in the house says, "What are we drinking tonight?" Well, Darth Revan is drinking
7-Up.
7-Up, yes. And aren't you having some bunny corn tears or something?
Well, I'm currently a little bunny. Don't you think my little tail is adorable? I'm violently adorable, after all.
No, you're not. You're just violent. And
Okay.
Captain Foley is drinking some Royal Crown peach, and I am drinking some Sexton single malt Irish whiskey.
Actually, I'm drinking Crown Royal peach.
I'm sorry. I said Royal Crown again, didn't I?
It's the same thing, different way.
No. One is just like cola. And why are the Zot Vash all women? Who knows? Because they weren't until now. I mean, that's kind of a retcon within the series itself.
I don't think so. The way I looked at it is that they were like, oh, the matriarch. Maybe it's like family lines who are taken in, and these were just the women. So they're like, they go in and it's like our patriarchs. And I'm just trying to. I know.
It doesn't make any sense because you have.
Even said our foremothers came forth.
Yeah, they said our foremothers at the beginning, so that kind of sounds like it's a matriarchy.
I know.
But the problem is that they also said in the early episodes that only the Zot Vash know this terrible secret, and it was just a theory to some of the Tal Shiar. And so, which of course, apparently Picard's house servants are ex-Tal Shiar, because why wouldn't you want a member of the KGB as your house servant, right?
Well, who else will clean your floor and make the dirt disappear?
Yeah. And so it doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me.
I just had a weird thought. You know the synthetic light?
You have a lot of weird thoughts.
Well,
I'm just putting that out there. You, Darth Revan, you are about the weirdest thinking person I know.
You should see my Discord. So
I'm kind of glad I haven't.
So I had a thought. Okay, so what if the Borg are somehow a virus from the synthetic life planet that escaped into the Delta Quadrant? I know. I'm just thinking. What would you think?
That's a horrible idea, and I could see them actually doing that.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I didn't say it was a smart one. I just said it was one.
I don't like that idea at all. No, please leave the board.
I know. Well, I mean, you had 7 of 9 shouting as the collective. No.
No, here's the thing. Alexander is crazy. He's not weird. Alexander's just completely Batwoman crazy.
After his latest video, it's officially dangerous.
Yeah. And Live with Matthew says he'd sooner think my Borg origin theory is right. Well, at least my Borg origin theory is consistent. But Darth Revan, he's half loon. He's Irish. But yeah, it doesn't make sense to me that you have the Zot Vash that only even the whole thing was that the one house servant ex Tal Shiar was laughing at the other one for believing that the Zot Vash even existed.
Yeah.
So how is it that if they don't even believe the Zot Vash exist, let alone know what their big secret is, and she theorized they exist, but she had no idea what the secret was, only that it's a secret so horrible that if you knew what it was, it would drive you crazy.
Okay, but here's the thing about the secret that'll drive you crazy. By them saying the secret that'll drive you crazy, when they reveal it, it's going to be a massive letdown. Because what can seriously make you go crazy enough that in a narrative sense, when we're watching it, we go, what, that's it? Okay.
And Thomas, you may be 34% Irish, but I am 50% Irish, so.
What are you, Foley?
That's what they showed us in episode 8 was the thing that made you go crazy, which was the destruction of these planets and this thing that comes, at a certain point when synthetic organic life exists, that's going to be an issue. This cleansing of it, that was the thing that was supposed to make you go crazy, which I thought was incredibly stupid.
Yeah, it reminded me of Discovery, of what the plan for the algorithm that was actually alive, that wanted to be alive, Control wanted to do. Yeah. Destroy everything. It was nearly, I'm like, it's the same thing.
And speaking of which, this is something, and I will give credit where credit is due, despite the fact that the man is a complete dick. Rock Solid actually spotted something I didn't catch, which is that when Seven plugged herself into the cube, the visual on her face was identical to when Control took over that one dude in Discovery, where the eyes go completely black. It was the exact same effect. Leland, thank you.
It was. Yeah. But her eyes down went beep and activated. So, I was going to make a joke there, but nope. I'll be nice. I was going to say,
for everything.
I was going to say, when they plugged her in, she got turned on.
Insane Irish.
I
So then what's your theory on it, Foley?
On the whole control thing.
Do you think that the Control are a proto-Borg, and that's why that's the same effect?
No.
You think they just couldn't think of a new effect?
Very
Because we've
likely.
never seen the Borg's eyes go black before.
No, but think about it. I'm not saying from a Star Trek point of view. I'm just think of every single movie where you've seen people with power turning evil. Their eyes always go black. So like whenever they get power, their eyes just glaze over black.
And correct me if
Can't
I'm wrong.
think of
but
any.
isn't the Borg's queen's eyes black? Doesn't she have black contacts in?
I thought she had normal eyes.
Yeah, she had normal eyes until they went black.
Yeah, she's also a different actress as well. But you know, yeah, I was surprised when I found out that the actress who played the Borg Queen from First Contact was in Thor 2. In Thor 2.
In what?
Yeah, the actress who plays the Queen,
Mm-hmm.
was in Thor 2. She was
the movie Thor 2.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm looking at pictures of her now. Her eyes were perfectly normal.
Yeah.
So just let me see. Yes, I'll share screen, and there we go. So you can see her right there.
Look her up on Voyager. Just Borg Queen Voyager. She different?
Oh, this is her in Voyager.
Foley, you need to get a new TV, man.
There was two queens in Voyager. The first one.
Yeah, but it looks like every queen picture I can find, she has regular pupils. Sometimes they're a little more dilated than other scenes, but at no point do her eyes look like solid black or anything. So
yeah. Yeah, no. Wait, what about that middle one?
Although what's funny is that you notice, and this is interesting, I didn't even think about this, but notice that Alice, the woman who played the Queen, she does look kind of like the aunt.
She does.
She does.
She's skinny and
yeah, but
that's kind of creepy because I wonder if that's what they're going to go for, that the aunt becomes the Borg Queen.
No, the aunt is still mentally unstable.
Sorry, Captain Foley. I know you. I don't like these Borg Queen theories any more than you do, but I'm just saying that it kind of fits.
I bet Picard's going to become the Borg Queen.
And he'll be wearing a dress and going, "I'm a little girl."
No,
they're going to make Girardi the Borg Queen.
What's any different than what Patrick Stewart does?
That's it. Picard is going to actually be the transgender character that everybody's been rumoring about.
Yeah, it'll be like, we are gender fluid. Hashtag resistance. Oh God. But yeah, I'm convinced that Picard is going to die some point. Either this season or next, because when he meets Guinan, maybe that's him dying and you see him returning to the Nexus.
Why would he return to the Nexus? The Nexus isn't heaven.
Well, she says a part of you stays in the Nexus. So, because
I think RuPaul should play the Borg Queen.
I think you should play
the Borg Queen. Will be fabulous.
I saw RuPaul without makeup, and I'm like, "What, man? You sleep on your face a lot."
Well, he hosted Saturday Night Live not too long ago.
Yeah, but he was in a movie recently where he shows up without makeup, and he doesn't look well.
And by the way, so since I see that message you sent via Mike, As far as, and this is a trick I learned from Captain Foley, actually, so thank you for that, Captain. If you're getting a copyright strike on your video, check the length of your clips. Keep them under 15 seconds, and generally you'll be golden.
Yep.
And so if you have a clip that's over 15 seconds, clip it down to where it's less than 15 seconds. And if you have to, go in and just trim out the silent bits in between when one person talks and another person talks. And Darren says, did I tell you you have a nice looking Hulk print? Oh, yeah, I was going to show this to you, Captain, because now I in no way, shape, or form claim anywhere near any kind of even remote level of skill like what you have as far as when it comes to model making or anything like that. But I am kind of proud of how this paint job came out on the 3D print of the Hulk that I did. So let's just see. Oh, wait. Green screen's on, so that's not going to help you much because the Hulk is green. I'm an idiot.
You could have done him gray.
Well, yeah, I could have, but hold on. Dang, I got too many windows open right now because that's weird. The Hulk is like, that's kind of trippy. Let me go in here and I'm going to turn off the green screen in just a moment as soon as I can find it.
Hey, Donnie.
Hey, Matthew, how you doing?
Pretty good.
So what do you think?
That is amazing.
So I like, I'm trying to learn how to airbrush. So to make it, so you kind of get the layered look. So he looks more organic than if you just paint him a solid color. I'm particularly proud of the teeth. That was a challenge. And then the hair, I just, I used a paintbrush. And same with the rocks at the bottom, I used a paintbrush.
That's actually very good, dude.
Really
Yeah.
good job.
Yeah, so that's now this is the second 3D print I've ever painted. The first is Baby Yoda.
Is that the one that was going on yesterday? The Hulk?
Yes, this was the print that was.
Do you think that Bruce Banner went? When Bruce was dating Natasha Romanoff, do you ever think he went up to her just before they went to bed and he's whispered in her ear? He's like, "Hulk smash."
Wow. Actually, the sad thing is that and they actually did touch on this on the Incredible Hulk movie. The Bruce Banner can never have sex.
No, and neither can the Flash.
Wait, that one's not canon anymore, though, right?
No, that is.
Oh God,
it's just a different actor. But remember in the Avengers, Mark Ruffalo said the last time I was in New York, I sort of broke Harlem, and that was a reference to what happened in the Incredible Hulk.
And that was the one with the Abomination.
Yes, which means the Abomination is probably on the raft.
Yeah.
Because he was clearly not dead.
Well, they were meant. I thought they were meant to bring him back, but they just went, nah.
Yeah, they never got around. It's a loose end. They may bring it up sooner or later, but which I'm fine with. I mean, I thought Abomination was a cool idea, although it would have looked better if he looked something like the Abomination.
Yeah.
That also means
Captain Foley is like, I don't care.
Who was the character they introduced at the end? The little bit of the Hulk blood got in his head.
Oh, the leader.
There we go. That also means the leader's canon.
Yes. Leader is canon, but he hasn't shown up since that movie. But the cool thing is they could make it so that he's been behind the scenes doing stuff.
But the general dude, General Oldman, is also the Red Hulk.
Yeah, Thaddeus Ross.
Yeah, that dude.
Except that now Darren, who is a real expert on the Hulk, and so I'm going to drive Captain Foley crazier. We're talking about superheroes, and he's like, "Yeah, I'm just going to drink myself to oblivion."
He's like, "I'm going to drink myself back to Ireland."
Yeah, but Darren explained that the Red Hulk was actually retconned, that he's no longer General Ross, that he was somebody else. So, which I don't know anything about. I never read anything with Red Hulk in it.
Yeah.
And honestly, the only thing with Gray Hulk I have was the one where Spider-Man got cosmic powers and beat the crap out of him.
I've rarely seen. Did you know that the Hulk basically ruled the world in Old Man Logan?
Yes, and isn't he having sex with She-Hulk, who is his cousin? and they have like retarded Hulk babies.
Okay, I'm going to give Captain Foley a stroke by asking you two a question. Okay? So Superman and Supergirl, both Kryptonians, correct?
Mhm.
Both survivors of a dying race with extended lifespans, correct?
Sure.
Yeah,
Why did they not start popping out kids?
because
They're
they're they're first cousins.
So, when needs must.
Look, I know you're Irish, but most of the world doesn't approve of that.
Besides, they've already proven that they can intermingle with humans. So I mean, that's a
Right.
decent enough
Diluted.
strategy.
It's diluted, but the thing is, if Superman just say met up with Power Girl and had a kid, that kid is going to be stronger than any human offspring that he produced.
I mean, there's lots of Phantom Zone people. You could always pop out
You're also,
hanging out with Zod all the time. I can't think of her name.
yeah, you're also forgetting Argo City.
So right now, Captain Foley's looking up on the. Oh, Hulk! Yeah, big green guy. Okay.
It's like, yeah, that's my. He's like, oh yeah, he's like,
Oh, you didn't say it was. I'm sorry. Darren is correcting me. He sent me a Skype saying, "No, I didn't say that." All right, I'm sorry, Darren.
Captain Foley says, looking up, he goes, the Hulk goes, oh yeah, he goes, that's me Uncle Billy. Yeah, I know the guy.
All right, let's get back to something Captain Foley knows about. Let's talk about Wonder Woman.
I hear she has a lasso that can grab lightning now.
Yes, because that's possible.
Yeah.
By the way, I feel totally vindicated in that I saw a Critical Drinkers video on the Wonder Woman trailer, and he called that out too. So, suck on that. So,
look, I enjoyed Wonder Woman, but man, I think her armor looks bloody ridiculous.
I think that whole movie looks ridiculous. But what I want to know, Captain Foley, is who are the Borg in the Mirror Universe?
I don't know. Who are they? The Borg?
I actually, here's the problem is that I had this idea before I came up with my actual Borg origin theory that I published, but which it wouldn't be compatible with that. But I always thought that the Preservers and the Borg started out the same race. One's from the Mirror Universe.
I'd buy that.
I know that in a lot of beta canon, Data is actually part Borg.
Yeah. And now Darren said it's totally implausible that Wonder Woman could grab lightning with a magic lasso. Well, here's the thing about that, Darren. No, I'm not. Okay. Magic lasso snatching onto a lightning bolt. Okay, I'll grant you possible. Except that a lightning bolt is only in existence for a tiny fraction of a second. So by the time she swung a half a foot, it would be gone.
How do you know it's a storm, not a god?
I was gonna say it's gonna be Zeus.
Of
He's gonna
course.
throw her a lightning bolt.
Well, it doesn't actually need to be Zeus himself. It could just be someone after getting into the foundry.
Yeah, Hephaestus. I'm sure I butchered that name.
Hephaestus, I thought. But yeah, no.
I tried to bring up Star Trek, Captain. I tried.
And Isaiah Amos, I'm
fine.
I'm actually American. I'm just Irish by ancestry, so I don't know if the Irish are still fighting the British.
No,
Darth?
we're not. No.
No, they're too busy fighting their own livers.
Up the
Yeah.
Irish.
Aaron Gabra.
And for the record, this is not 7-Up. I'm actually honoring my Irish ancestry by drinking a Moscow Mule.
Yeah, because
Oh.
that's really Irish.
I got halfway there.
Just the name itself. Nothing says Irish like Moscow.
I know, right? I mean, Moscow, County Dublin.
I was thinking about the potatoes that the vodka was made from to go in this drink.
So many children sacrificed. You know, that's how you get an Irish baby. You plant a potato in the ground and then you just say 72 masses over it. And then comes out a little ginger-headed baby. And it's like, eh! And you're like, I'll call this one Michael. And he grows up to have a YouTube channel.
Wow.
I was going to say something else with that joke, but I decided not to.
So what's now? I know you guys did a live stream about it, but I didn't catch it. So Foley, in a nutshell, what is your prediction for the? I assume you predicted the last two episodes since it's a two-parter. I mean, they kind of call it part 1 and part 2, even though it's like this is a serialized show. What's the point in a 2-part episode in a serialized show? I don't understand the concept.
Yeah, we did a live stream tonight just doing our predictions for the. Well, actually, we tried to keep it to just the next episode. I think it's gonna mainly focus on the stuff on Soji's planet, and there's probably gonna end with the Borg cube and the Romulans showing up, and then that's gonna be the cliffhanger for hopefully the Starfleet squadron showing up in the following episode.
Do you think the Starfleet squadron will show up?
I certainly hope so. Do I think so? I'm thinking that they might not do that, but I really hope they do. So it's just wishful thinking. Honestly.
If they show up, what do you think the odds are that they're good guys?
That's what I was betting.
I think they'll be pretty good. I have a feeling that Admiral Clancy might have been manipulated a bit by Commodore O, but I have also a feeling that Picard actually filtered in on the situation off screen that we didn't see. I don't know. I don't think they'll be bad guys.
This could lead. I'm thinking this may lead to a Federation civil war, which leads to Discovery.
How would a Federation civil war lead to Discovery?
So the ship's captains start siding with some side with the people who side with O, others go against it. They start forming into two factions. Hey, look, Anti-Tracker made a little house for himself.
Yeah, it's a house.
But yeah, were you telling me the season finale there, they went off into the future and found the Federation was gone?
Yeah, in season 4, they go into the future and they've been waiting for someone to come and save them. Michael Burnham is that person.
I thought that was season 3 because that's what they're going to now.
Oh yeah, that is season. Sorry. It's so crap. I thought we were on season 4.
Yeah. Anyway, so I haven't done anything yet with this. I just pulled it off the build plate, but see, I can.
Oh,
I recognize that cube.
Yeah.
So
they sell big ones of those for like €50 at Comic-Con.
Vile, I'm a little worried that Star Trek Picard might pull a Mass Effect. I mean,
what do you mean will be pulling Mass Effect? It is Mass Effect.
Nope, it's going to pull an Orville.
How's it going to pull an Orville?
Okay, so they go.
Oh, geez, I asked him a how question. He's going to go on for another hour now.
It's okay. You had the power to mute.
Yeah, that's true.
Thank you very much, Holly. So
that's just me.
My mommy said I'm not allowed to hit you anymore. So basically, to go to Soji's, my thinking is they're going to go to Soji's planet.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Soji's people are going to be like, "You killed one of our children, and they're our sex bot 2.0. How dare you?" So then the Romulans.
Sex bot.
So you can't tell me that Asha and Soji are not officially sex bots. They're robots who have had sex, therefore they're sex bots.
Then does that mean Data's a sex bot?
Yes.
All right, so Ensign Ricky puts $2 in. Thank you, Ensign, for stopping Darth Revan. And says the MU Borg, the galaxy's largest.
So the Romulans show up. They get into a fight. Okay. Then the Federation shows up. They get in. They fight the Romulan, and the Borg cube shows up. The Soji's planet people are like, "Hold on! If this is what's going on, we need to stop this." And then the last scene of the two-parter is going to be the ships rising up off the planet.
Why would the ships be rising up off the planet?
Well,
wouldn't they have already been in the fight?
No, because they don't have warning.
But they do have warning.
Not that much.
Picard and Soji and the gang are all there now, getting their snacks with the robots.
With a war fleet warping in behind them.
No, with a scout ship warping in behind them.
No, that's directly, but I mean, like coming a bit behind them, they're
right.
coming in at a fast warp.
So here's what I think is going to happen, and it is pretty simple. I think that the battle will be joined with the Romulan fleet versus the robots, right? Because we do see in the trailer for part 1 that the robots have their own ships because they're firing on the La Blue, whatever you call that, Mass Effect,
Hacienda.
the Normandy. So they're firing on the Normandy, and so they crash land. They make buddy with the robots. The robots then are fighting the Romulans, and the robots actually are winning because the robots clearly have superior technology. However, then the Starfleet squadron comes in, and they're like, "Oh yeah, now we're going to clean them up." But then the Starfleet squadron starts attacking the robots because why? Because they're working with the Tal Shiar, unbeknownst to them that the Tal Shiar are, of course, being manipulated by the Zat Vash because, Romulans have to have secret doors. Why not? And so they're all fighting, and the Romulans, the Romulan Tal Shiar combined with the Federation fleet is now beating the robots down. It's looking very grim. Everything's about to go south. Then Seven shows up with the Borg cube and the XBs. They rescue the robots and escape. The end. Oh, wait, but then
that's not half bad, actually.
And by the way, then if you really want to, and I don't, but I know a lot of people do, if we really got to have the stupid Discovery tie-in, here's what happens: is we then have Admiral Pottymouth aboard the Federation flagship, along with O and some Romulan officer, maybe the sister, right after she finishes having sex with her brother or whatever she's doing, and they're all meeting and saying, "Damn it, they got away, and now they have a Borg cube. What are we gonna do?" And then the door opens behind them, and in swaggers Georgiou, and she says, "Leave that to me."
Would be the end. Comes in an electric wheelchair.
Yeah.
No, if people want to connect it to Discovery, there's one thing you could do that would be you go what? They're there, the battle's over. Everyone like the Las Meriendas or whatever you call it is
La Serena.
No one cares.
How is it that hard? It's Siren. Because
I'm Irish. I don't speak Spanish. I never learned Spanish.
Well, maybe you should.
La Serena. Simple.
So
I think Gaelic is more fun.
It is.
They need to call it the Lafeki.
My cousin,
I need to come up with the Feck class starship.
my cousin, his ship was called Eli.
Oh my God! I just got it. The Klingon devil, Feklar. Holy crap!
Yes.
What?
Okay. The Klingon devil is named Feklar.
Right.
Feck is Irish for the F word.
Oh,
yeah.
Wow. Okay.
So then they're there, and you see Picard is talking to a captain and an admiral, and they're trying to figure out what the hell happens now. And then you hear alarms going off on the consoles, and they're like, "What is it?" It's like, "Sir, we're picking up Tetrions." And they're like, "What? From where?" And next thing all you hear is, "Da, da, da, da," and in Spore drives the Discovery. And the whole crew are there.
No. They're not going to bring in the Discovery. They're just going to bring in Georgiou and let you wonder, how did she get there?
No. You could bring in the Discovery, and then you could have them go, "Wait, what?" And everyone is inside, and say someone has a scar, they're holding on to each other. They're in a new uniform with new badges, and they're like, "What?" And they're looking around, and they're like, "When are we?" And you see a Federation ship, and they're like, "I don't know." Then it cuts off, and it's like continuing, and an advert for Discovery comes up. And then I cry.
I still think if they're going to bring Discovery in, that it's going to be through the control board connection. That's something I predicted before Picard started.
Yeah.
Oh, and by the way, I just want to say, because a couple people tried to send me stuff on Twitter. I don't know what it is with Twitter, but I can't see pictures on Twitter unless I go to my phone. So, yeah, I don't know why Google Chrome won't display pictures on Twitter lately.
But
I blame Captain Foley.
But why would you want? Do people want Discovery to be connected. I mean, something.
No, I don't.
Nobody does
They-
except
they
for
don't.
SJWs and the people at CBS who
Yeah.
basically want to legitimize Discovery. They want us to be fans of Discovery, and Picard has generally, and you know, Folio backed me up on this, is Picard has generally gotten a much better reception than Discovery did, even though the fandom is somewhat divided on Picard, nothing like they were on Discovery.
Yeah, absolutely. And they
And
want to
so-
double down on their creation.
I have friends
Right.
who are right now doing a live stream saying, episode 8 Picard is effing cancer.
Well,
it was
I kinda
definitely the
feel
worst
that.
of the season.
But now,
Yeah.
Captain Foley, you actually liked episode 8, right? Don't worry, I won't beat you up, I promise.
I
So
will.
did Rock Solid.
I did.
So
I
did
like
a
the
lot of
last-
people.
I like the last 3 episodes. I thought they were all pretty good.
I didn't think this was bad. I thought this was slow. I genuinely fell asleep twice.
See,
Well,
Were you drunk?
no, I've got low
he's
iron.
Irish.
Oh, so he was drunk. Okay.
No, I've got low iron, so it's like if some bores me a bit, I actually tend to fall asleep.
Yeah, that's what the Irish call it. Low iron.
Yeah.
I'm just
You
drinking the
I'll
iron.
fill up on my iron right now.
Yeah.
There's a whiskey museum
Of course
In-
there is.
in
It's called
Dublin.
the supermarket.
Oh no, I'm not
Woo.
done. It gets funnier. So you walk inside of the whiskey museum, and the gift shop is basically all bottles of whiskey that you can buy and bring home. And
Well,
there's
that
all
makes sense.
and there's also a link I can drop you all DMs if you want, where you can order and they'll send it to you, including Canada, where
Yeah.
it's they have like a crisps that are infused with Guinness, soy sauce that are infused with Guinness, fudge that's infused with whiskey, fudge that's infused
Ooh.
with Guinness, whiskey flavored condoms.
Huh.
Whiskey condoms? Did you say whiskey condoms?
There we
Whiskey
go.
Flavored condoms.
Condoms.
Yeah, because you know what I drink hard liquor for? That cool, refreshing taste.
Don't forget, we also have biscuits with whiskey in it.
Well, I mean, anything you cook that just evaporates and leaves the taste.
Yeah. My friend from the Netherlands, she doesn't drink alcohol as well, and she went to get. She was like, "Oh, I want to get a proper Irish stew," and this guy's like, "Yeah, I'm making Irish stew. Yeah, there's like 2 cans of Guinness in it," and she's like, "Oh, never mind."
Oh, God. When I went to college, my parents literally gave me a book called "A Man, a Can, a Plan" cookbook for college students, and it was like, in this recipe you want Guinness, and this one you want Coors, and this one you want Miller.
Oh, did you get the Irish version?
No, that's the just the usual college version.
Over here, there's a joke. Are you making a keyring?
It's actually for my daughter. Her favorite thing in the world is the weighted companion cube, and she wanted one small enough to where she can keep it in her purse. So
Congratulations, you killed the companion cube faster than any other.
yeah. Anyone else in recorded history?
You monster.
What last year when I was up at Comic Con, there was up at the companion cubes, people kept leaving at the Scientology's companion cubes because they were so annoyed. It was like they were trying to build a wall around them.
So here's an interesting idea. So Ralph says Picard is retconned to be Control, but he never knew. I could see them actually trying to pull something like Leland actually was reborn as Jean-Luc Picard, and Picard has been Control all along.
Our
A
Leland,
super sleeper agent.
Le-
That'd be cool.
our Leland's name is Leland Pierre Picard, and he ended up getting one of the crew people pregnant after having Control, and they made Picard. Hey, you wanted stupid.
Well, that's why I invited Captain Foley on, but
No, that's for waxing advice.
Wow. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Dude, come on, you're unnaturally smooth. It's
I think
unsettling
you are
to look at.
the most polite and quiet panelist I've ever seen on one of these, Captain Foley.
Captain Foley is the epitome. If you look up in the dictionary for Canadian, there is a picture of Captain Foley.
Yeah.
I honestly feel sorry. There's basically 3 Irishmen and a Canadian on this stream.
One Irishman, 2 Americans, and a Canadian. Just saying.
Fine, we'll do halfsies. 2 Irishmen and Canadian.
But now me and Matthew have to fight over which one of us is the Irishman.
You're the more Irish than I am, I guarantee it. Yeah. I got too much other stuff.
He's like, oh, dude, if you tested the Irish DNA, dear God. It's like someone's like, oh, they done a documentary. Who are the Irish? Right? And most Irish people have German, Spanish, Danish, Swiss.
So I'm probably
DNA.
more Irish than you, is what you're saying, Revan.
Actually, I've done my genealogy. For up until the 1800s, I'm pure Irish. Then the one guy from that generation was actually from the Kingdom of Prussia. So, and then for 400 years before that, it was all Irish. So I'm far more Irish than you are.
Yeah, my cousin did one of those genealogy traces. He's a bit on the weird side, and he claims that he's connected us to the actual Merlin and not the fantasized Merlin. Pie? And I'm like, okay, I whatever, buddy.
That's like in every single royal. This is true. You and Anti-Trekker will both laugh at this for being as religious as you are. Okay? In every single royal family tree, there's always one person there who's listed into every single one to give him legitimacy. Jesus Christ. I am not
that's
joking.
how they try to establish that they are ordained by God.
Yes.
But here's the thing. So I would say this, Matthew. You go ahead and tell him that you're fine with that genealogy. And by the way, you have a friend online that ate the actual Bambi.
Yeah.
You were the hunter.
Yes.
It's all coming together.
Yes.
I know. It makes so much sense. I mean, he's a hobbit. He lives in the forest.
Too bad, Thomas. That would be nice to see. Yeah. So he sent a picture that the Borg canceled the invasion due to the coronavirus.
Oh, yes. I've seen that.
Yeah.
Why? Yeah, I heard that you can't say it because that word is I don't know.
I've said that word at least 1,000 times on my channel, and I've not been blacklisted. I think that's
listed of color.
Here's the thing. I think that makes as much sense as people saying that lying out on a beach on a hot sunny day will cure you of the virus. You know, I think that.
Oh, I've heard dumber stuff. I've heard that if you stick a blow dryer in your mouth, it'll cure the virus.
Trolita puts $1.99 in and says, "Free Ireland." From
Saoirse na Hera, and it is since 1922. So, you know. Bit late on the uptake, but thank you. Actually, you know the actress Saoirse Ronan?
Who?
Saoirse Ronan.
I'd have to see a picture.
Yeah.
Skinny blonde Irish actress, seems to be in everything. She was in Little Women, that failure.
I didn't see Little Women, so I wouldn't know.
Skinny blonde actress. You gotta get a lot more narrow on that.
Yeah.
Okay, well, there's only one skinny blonde Irish woman apparently.
Dude, you're not wrong there. Most Irish women tend to be thicker. But so her name actually means freedom in Irish. So
freedom!
Her name, actually,
that's Scottish.
No, it's the same language pretty much. So if he was actually there, one, he wouldn't have been able to say anything because he had rocks on him. And two, he wouldn't have said freedom, he would have said Saoirse.
So Rambling Canuck wants me to show you the Corona challenge, but
that thing's gross.
Yeah. That's like the most disgusting thing ever.
Is it licking Alexander's head?
Very close. You are very
Oh
close.
no, I've seen that. I have seen that.
Yes.
Do not show that.
Would you agree, Matthew?
Yeah.
I have
Yeah,
seen it. I know what you're on about. I have
I've
seen it.
seen it too, and it's disgusting, especially when it's
Yes.
a public bathroom or like a.
Well,
An
the
airplane.
video that went viral is in an airplane bathroom.
She's
That's the one
going
I
to
saw.
die.
And like even in the best conditions, that's just no.
What best? No, the only way I could see that as not being morbidly disgusting is if the airplane was literally just built and no one had come on the plane until that moment.
I wouldn't
Dude.
trust it still. I know contractors. They do
Yeah,
like,
that's
hey,
true.
you know what? We're just
Dude, those things have to be tested out. So
like I've had guys on job sites who are like, yeah, so that sand silo truck, this weekend I had some runs in it. I'm like, you what? Because I couldn't make it to the porta potty. So I mean the hatch was open up there, and yeah, I used it. I'm like, I don't want to know. I don't want to know what you're doing in
which
this stuff.
sand? Which sand? See that play pit over there? The ones my kids are playing in? Yeah, that one. Stop eating the sand! Just before I punch the kid in the face. There's a
Thomas says that's an old video. I guess somebody just relabeled it as the coronavirus. Or
Oh,
the
they did a good job with that then.
well, she deserves whatever illness she got. My cousin, her boy in Madrid, she works in the Madrid airport, and her boyfriend actually has the coronavirus, and she said that she got free from isolation, and she got a text message from her boss, come to work. Why? Now. So she had to get dressed up, go to work. Because everyone in Europe was given until midnight to get out of Spain. Because they're closing the airports. So,
Right.
yeah, there was like 500,000 people going through that airport that night.
Jeff, I don't think drinking bleach would be a good idea.
No. Just rinse your mouth out with it.
Although there are idiots that are trying to suggest that gargling with bleach and stuff like that is actually good for you if you have the virus. That is so stupid.
Ah,
I know. You don't gargle it. You boil it and you breathe it in.
Oh, you beat me to it. Dang it. I was going to say it's a respiratory disease. You got to take the lungs.
Yeah, of course.
Captain Foley, help me out here. I can't. I'm sorry.
There's this thing. I don't know. Do you have it there, the brand? But it's called Vicks Vapor Rub.
Yeah, Vicks Vapor Rub. Yeah.
Yeah. And the funniest thing I ever saw, my friend, he was sick, so he rubbed it on like his nose and his chest and his back, and he was there, and then he's like, I'll be back. Where the hell are you going? I'm going to the bathroom. So he went off 2 minutes later. He forgot to wash his hands.
Oh, gross. I was thinking he was going to deliberately put it somewhere, but I'm glad that was the punchline of the story.
Yeah. He forgot to wash his hands. It was so funny. He was in so much pain.
Trolita puts in $4.99, says, we Yanks told them Brits to go pound sand. You can do it too, Ireland. Happy St. Paddy's Day. Irish, rise up.
1916, Easter Rising. It's literally called a rising.
Here's the thing, is that all you got to do, Darth Revan, is, here's the thing, and this is true. Everybody knows that if there's one defining characteristic about Brits, it's that they have huge sticks up their butts.
Yes.
Okay. There's a worldwide toilet paper shortage. This is the time to attack.
With toilet paper. No. What I'd love to do right now, I have a very annoying neighbor. I'm actually in a passive-aggressive war for the last 4 years with my neighbor. Every Tuesday, I have to put the bins out, which is nearly bin time at like 5 o'clock in the morning, where I put it out really, really loud, drop the bin, make it go thud, and hit the bar with my crutch as I go in, just to wake her up because she annoyed me one night.
And the Bizzo Plus says only Americans are obsessed with toilet paper. Not true. Captain Foley already confirmed that there's no toilet paper to be had in Canada.
Did you see the video from Australia of them opening the store and the crew everyone just marching in, taking toilet paper and just leaving?
I don't
No.
know. But yeah, so
we've got
Wait, is that the
stores now that
Australia
have-
video?
Yes.
Yeah.
stop talking over Foley. He's been so quiet.
Sorry.
We got stores here that now have toilet paper with like skids of toilet paper, and a security guard's in, and they're making sure that people only take 1 or 2 packages.
Wow. One or two, so everybody takes 2.
But what if you've got the runs?
And you get 2.
But what if you've got the runs?
You get 2.
That's not enough.
I'm sure you'll be fine.
No, I won't.
You know what? You get your 2, and then you have your spouse get 2, and you have each of your kids get 2. And then if you need more, after you get out to the car, you go right back in and get 2 more.
With the disguise.
Yes.
Shave your beard.
You all put on a Captain Foley glasses and goatee kit and then go back in.
I saw a great video of a mom who had clearly had enough of her kids' nonsense over spring break. And when she found out that school had been canceled, she's like, okay, kids, we're going to do a game. Every chore you do gets you 1. And I'm like, what, 1 point? She goes, yeah, something like that. And she pulls out a roll of toilet paper and she goes, raking the yard, 1. And she rips off a single ply.
Nice.
Doing the dishes, 1. And you see the daughter like, no.
Someone, I saw another video where this person and he's there and he's like, when needs must, and he takes out a chainsaw and you just see this big huge stack of kitchen rolls and he starts cutting them down to toilet rolls. He's like,
Yeah,
when
absolutely.
You know, quite frankly, my channel should be insanely popular right now with the toilet paper shortage. I'm just saying.
I know.
With the poop emoji,
Yeah.
it's too close to home.
Yeah. Oh, anti-tracker. Since you're having so much E3, so I've been talking to my friend about what sign-off we're going to use for our channel when we set it up.
Okay.
And we're trying to find the girl with the nicest voice to say it. Okay? It's lick that like button, stroke that subscribe button, and flick my bell.
Jagerbomb puts $5 into the chat. It says, look up Marvel's New Warriors. Cringe beyond imagination. Kid, you're not. They have characters named
Oh, yes!
Space and Snowflake. Get woke. Go
Yes,
bro.
that's serious.
Are you serious? I mean, the New Warriors have been around for a long time and they didn't have characters like that.
Give me 2 seconds. That's what she said.
No, that's what he said, I thought.
Yeah.
That's only after a long time. Give me a minute.
Uh-huh. So let's see. Oh, and I see they're like they got a fat chick and because you can't have the thing is that comic books have always been like fantasy world. And so everybody looks perfect, right? All the guys are built like, the like freaking Chris Hemsworth, and all the women are curvy beyond imagination.
Marvel introduces non-binary superhero.
Yeah, so they did that with a cross-dressing person. For the longest time, I thought it was a gag. I thought like some transphobic person had done it.
Right.
Because when you read the profile of it, it's extremely stereotypical.
Oh no. What
better disguise for Superman than to be Clara Kent?
Ooh,
I'm just
No,
saying.
did you hear it's actually canon that a lot of people know who the heck Clark Kent is? And someone's like, why don't you do it? Because he's still Superman.
That's great.
It's like we're not going to bloody attack his family. He's still Superman.
Actually, did you see when it was The Rock hosted Saturday Night Live and they did a sketch about that?
Yeah,
No.
That was so good. So The Rock was dressed as Clark Kent, and you could see his cape like hanging out of the back of his outfit, and he's like, "Hey guys, how you doing?" "Oh, hey Clark," and everybody's like, "Yeah, is somebody going to tell him that we know? And he's like, oh no, somebody's in trouble. I guess I better go to the bathroom. Yeah, Clark, sure, go to the bathroom.
Give me 1 second, guys.
Oh man, Ensign Ricky, that sounds horrific. I'm not going to even read that out loud. That sounds so bad. Ugh.
It's really interesting that have y'all seen people calling the coronavirus the
Wow, Darth Revan actually shows his face, kind of.
the boomer remover?
Are those the non-binaries?
Oh, wow.
Safe space.
They look like the frickin' what was Zan and Jaina, the twins from outer space from the Super Friends? The Wonder Twins, that's what they were called. Remember the Wonder Twins? You're too young.
Yeah, form of steam.
Yeah.
Form of James tampon.
Wow.
Family Guy joke.
So yeah, they're calling the virus the boomer remover. and there's a lot of people on Twitter like, well, that's kind of rude. And you have people like, oh, you've been calling us snowflakes, but now that we're making fun of you dying from this, all of a sudden you're offended.
Like, nobody's making fun of you dying.
Right.
I am.
Actually, it's funny because there was this one. It's a Star Trek channel, and this person was trying to talk about liberals and conservatives arguing over Trek, and which I find an interesting topic. Like, it's too bad that Steve Shives' "Why do conservatives like Star Trek" was so gut-wrenchingly offensive, because I do actually find it an interesting topic if you can have an actual conversation about it. But she actually says in her video, and I was absolutely shocked by this, because it's like, I get it. Sometimes people are a little hypocritical with what they're saying, but it's one thing if you say something that is so blatantly hypocritical and it's in an edited video, not a live stream. And so it didn't just slip out by accident. So she said that, oh yeah, I understand why some people who are liberal take it personal when a conservative might attack some of the ideas in modern Star Trek. Just like I understand why sometimes conservatives take it personally when we tell them how wrong they are with their politics.
Interesting phrasing.
And I'm like, you're talking about, you might as well just say, you know what? Sometimes we take it personal when you attack ideas, and sometimes you take it personal when we attack you personally.
Yeah.
You're not... And don't get me wrong. I know, lots of people that are quote unquote liberal that I have no problem with, right? And so, plenty in this chat right now, and it's not. And the thing is that you can have a real conversation about it. We can have real disagreements about it. Like Captain Foley and I have disagreed over Discovery a million times, but that doesn't mean I hate Captain Foley.
Why not?
Well, you're so nice. It's almost like you like to be abused.
He's not nice. He's Canadian.
Well, true.
It's a Klingon mustache he's sporting.
I'm an asshole Canadian, but it's still nice, I guess.
Yeah. Being an asshole in Canada is basically like life with Matthew is ridiculously nice for an American. In Canada, he is ridiculously rude.
Oh yeah.
I think I'm just straight up illegal in Canada.
Yeah, I think you're right, Arthur. I think you're illegal in about 75 countries.
The Mounties just show up as soon as you land on the plane. No, you're not getting off here.
Now, that sounded like Bird of Prey right there.
No. I go over. It's like I go to visit Auntie Trekker, and they're like, "So what are you here for?" To annoy America. It's like, oh, and what are you going to do? Oh, well, first of all, I'm going to go and I'm going to go and I'm here for the crack. You're here for the crack? I hear it's really good over here.
Yeah, you go ahead and do that. See how the customs agents like you. By the way, I hope you like that full cavity search.
Hey! I needed to go to the proctologist anyway.
Badges? We don't need no stinking badges.
I was literally. So I sent a package to my cousin, and to annoy his mailman, I realized I may have gotten him in for trouble because the package is listed as sex toys for dogs.
For dogs? I'm sorry. Did I hear that right?
It's Darth Revan.
Now,
We have
is-
a running joke.
Before you ever ask, did I hear that right? If you're talking about Darth Revan, you heard it right.
You say
I-
the package was listed as,
Yes.
like, on the customs form you wrote down, or you literally already had a box that said sex toys for dogs?
I wrote it
In which
down.
case, my question is, why were you purchasing such an item?
I wrote it down on the side of it when it was on the Irish side. It's like declaring what is it? It's like sex toys for dogs.
Okay.
So I want to address. So E puts a couple of bucks in the chat. Thank you, my friend, and says, "I'd like to hear more about your thoughts on Steve Shives' video."
Yes.
I'm actually going to do a full-on response to that video, but I will tell you, per Steve Shives' direct request in the video, I have unsubscribed from him. And and Steve and I have been friends for a long time, but I unsubscribed from him because he asked me to in that
How
video.
much more until you say I'm no longer his friend and I've blocked him?
I don't block people because I have ideological disagreements with them.
Did he, Kratos? Yeah, we can see, but did he specifically call you out by name? Because I couldn't make it all the way through.
No.
Okay.
He basically said, if you consider yourself a conservative, please unsubscribe now.
Okay.
So I said, okay.
Bye.
You know,
I found that video interesting because he's kind of missing some of history and doesn't understand that a lot of the Democrats at the time, which he would have described as progressive, were not in favor of desegregation. They were very firmly against the things that Star Trek was pushing for. That was more championed by conservatives, not all conservatives, but more championed by conservatives.
well, the thing is that the and here's the great lie, and this is really what bugs me about it, is that the great lie that I got to say the most insidious political lie ever told in American history is that the Republicans and Democrats have switched sides in the 1960s.
No,
that is a crock of my avatar. Because the Democrats were opposed to civil rights. JFK went against his party to support civil rights. The Democrats begrudgingly went along with the Republicans on it because of JFK. When JFK was killed and kind of became a martyr for civil rights, the Democrats were like, okay.
Yeah.
And some of them voted for it. Not all of them. A lot of Democrats voted against it. And after that, the Democrats began steadily losing support in the South. And so what people were saying is that, all the racists are still in the South. They just changed political party. No. The South, the reason that the support was lost in the South was because of the racist attitudes of the party.
But I have a theory about JFK.
Hold on just a second, because Indy Tiger puts $5 in and says, I'm subscribing to Steve because I'm conservative and it will annoy him.
I am blocked by Steve because I exist.
Yeah, I will tell you this, Indy, is that now I do consider Steve Shives a friend. At least we're on friendly terms. The last time I spoke to him, he was a guest on my old channel many times, and he will block someone at the drop of a hat just because they disagree with him.
Yeah, I was blocked before. Like, I went to follow him on Twitter, and I found out I was already preemptively blocked.
Why would you be blocked by him?
I don't know. So I
because he's not.
Him, or he eventually responded and unblocked me, so I could add him. But
I think it's because that Captain Foley is not a shill.
But that's the thing. Captain Foley is. I mean, look. Of the four people on this panel, Captain Foley is definitely the furthest to the political left.
Mm-hmm.
And that's not an insult. That's just a fact.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying that to single you out, Captain Foley, but it's like, I don't understand why Steve Shives would block you, because you're not a right winger, as he would call it.
Absolutely not. No.
Out of all of us, honestly, I'd say I am the more to the right. If you have heard what I have said about my prime minister, which I will not repeat here for the sake of your channel, I have literally scared some of my friends with the pure hatred I have for the man. It's like
Right.
But yeah, there's some things that I wouldn't say here and things like that. But it's like I'm more further to the right than I'd say most of except like for Matthew, he's just too happy.
Right. And Vile Mike, your problem is 23-second clip divided by 3 seconds is not enough. What you need to do is cut that down. Cut 10 seconds off of that clip. Find a way to do it. Cut out every pause in between every line of dialogue if that's what it takes. Get it down to 15 seconds and you will not get the content ID.
And I was typing in there, but it might also help if you swap the order. Sometimes what they'll do is they can see.
Sometimes pull it, yeah.
Yeah.
Or else what I have seen a lot of people doing is mirroring. They flip it around.
Right. But well, the content ID bots do both audio and visual. So basically the only way to be safe is keep your clips under 15 seconds. I've found that as long as you have the clips are not over 15 seconds and they're not like one clip, 2 seconds of talking and another clip, right? You gotta space them out a little bit. But anyway, Shives, in his video, addressing conservatives in Trek, he totally doesn't understand. Like, here's the funny thing about it. Even Steve Shives himself would be deeply offended by the original series if presented without the context of it being Star Trek.
Of course.
He would be deeply offended by the idea. First of all, it's an egalitarian society. Now, that's not to say liberals hate egalitarianism, but left-wing SJWs absolutely do. Because egalitarianism means that anybody can succeed. Your success is not based on your race, color, creed, whatever. It's based on your performance alone. That you are, you're judged, as Martin Luther King said, by the content of your character, not by the color of your skin. That's egalitarianism. They believe in basically what some people dub as reverse racism and stuff like that. The idea that we need outcome-based equality. That if you have 100 engineers in your plant, then half of them need to be women, and 18% of them need to be black, and 6% of them need to be Asian or whatever. You need to, whatever the local population is, you have to mirror that perfectly, or else you're somehow a racist.
Actually, it's after changing now. It's how many of those people are women? How many of those women are non-binary?
Right.
Non-binary.
Well, sexual preference is now a part of it. And by the way, and I actually, this is one that truly offended me, and even in my own place of employment, where we had to take a diversity class, which we do every year. They always talk about diversity because diversity is important, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
But in this thing, it actually asks the question, is the person that you are married to or in a romantic relationship with, does the business need to know about that? And I said no. And I got that question wrong.
Why?
Because they believe they need to know. In part because they want to celebrate sexual diversity. And it's like, I'm sorry, that has nothing to, unless you happen to work in the porn industry or something like that, your sexual preference has nothing to do with your job.
Out of everyone, why would they choose you to go and have to go on a diversity course?
Oh, we all do. It's a company-wide thing. They do it every year.
Stupid.
It's practically an American thing.
Yeah, it really is. In America, they've gotten so PC now that you have to take classes on how to properly be PC.
You know what? I can see one vocation in which sexual preference is actually something that might be important, and that would be a doctor, like a healthcare professional.
No.
And that is simply as a statistical based measure, the risk for certain things is higher.
That only be, are you straight or are you gay? That's
But
the
you
only
see, the
thing.
thing is, that is now considered intolerant. You know that. Just to say,
yeah.
just said it's intolerant.
Over here in the recent weeks since the rise of the coronavirus, it's now being pushed for women to get equality in work. It's like, oh, they need the gender pay gap and everything. And I commented, I literally posted the name of the Irish law. I wrote underneath it exactly what it says about the fairness, and I'm like, there's the Equality Act. Enjoy.
Here's the problem with things like pay gap, and it's funny because me and Steve have actually argued about it on my old live streams back in the day. First of all, at least in the United States, the pay gap is a myth. But even if it wasn't a myth, the federal government does not have the right to dictate to companies how much to pay. They simply don't have that right, regardless of whether you think it's fair or not. A company can pay person X $100 an hour and person Y $110 an hour and say it's based on their prior experience. And as soon as you take that right away from the company, then the private company, that's a little thing called fascism. And so a prostitute should have a lesser pay gap. Actually, it's funny. It's actually true that in the porn industry, women make more. That is an absolute fact.
Speaking about prostitutes, it was announced today that the Netherlands has gone into a lockdown, and they said, and even the red light district is empty.
The pay gap one is interesting because the only time in which there is an actual pay gap is if you took a global mean average across all things. But when you actually get down to like specific, I have this many years experience in the same job. When it comes to STEM stuff, women are paid much higher than men because they're more valuable.
I have said to my cousin, because she was just moaning on about it, and I said, okay, do me a favor. You take a guy who's worked exactly the same amount of hours as you, is the exact same job as you, and is the exact same experience as you. Put the two of your paychecks together, and you'll see that you're paid equally.
Well, it should be, and I'll tell you, there's not a company in this country that if you have an entry level position, doesn't pay men and women the same amount.
Yeah,
it simply doesn't happen
because
in part because of fear of lawsuits.
Also, if they could get away with paying women less, why would they hire men? Why wouldn't they just fill the place up with women?
And Sean, not to be pedantic about it, but no, that is not communism. It is in fact fascism. Communism means that there is the state is all. All right. Now in fascism, there is the private sector. However, the government controls said private sector through draconian regulation. When in Germany in the 1940s, that was a fascist regime. The government dictated to the private industry exactly what they would do, what they would charge, what they would pay. Basically, the government runs private industry, but it is still private industry. And I know Captain Foley, he's just, he's like, when are they going to stop talking about politics?
Pretty much. I could care less.
Damn it.
You could care less?
Yeah.
You couldn't care less.
Could care less, because that means you do care.
Oh,
It's actually, I couldn't care less. Yes. But I mean, did you hear now that there's now the racial pay gap?
It doesn't surprise me.
Yeah, but here's the thing. If you were to take any two segments of the population,
Yes.
that you're going to have a discrepancy in the pay by some amount. And hey, Mercer, how you doing? Sorry, I'm not following the chat real close because we're having a panel thing. But and so that doesn't mean that it's automatic discrimination. In fact, what's kind of interesting is notice they don't say there's a sexual orientation gap. And that's because people of quote unquote alternative sexual orientations tend to make more money.
Actually, in the UK.
Well, I don't know about the UK. I'm talking about the US.
No, yeah, but in the UK, I think it was last year, they brought in two things. One, it's the Women's Council, And the guy got onto the Women's Council because he said it's not inclusive unless you can't have it all the way that you want it and not be inclusive. So he got his way onto it, and they're not happy about it. And two, now for a company over a certain size, you have to have a certain amount of transgender people working there.
Right. That's stupid. Because
Yeah.
if you are a cable company, right, and so you're hiring technicians to install cable in people's houses, what the hell difference does it make if they're transgender or not?
Well, true, but I know this will make you laugh, but the person who designed the extension on the back of my house was a woman, and kind of sucks.
Well, but here's the thing. And I will tell you this from personal experience, because I actually worked for the cable company for a while, is that the uniform for men and women in the field is exactly the same.
I know, a skirt and a bikini top.
Yeah, that's what it is. I was climbing telephone poles wearing a skirt and a bikini top.
Yeah,
that'd be in Scotland, not in America.
Yeah, only in Scotland. Yes.
Actually, there's a thing called a skort. Right? Have you ever heard of that?
I've heard of skirts. Yes.
Yes. I heard that, since you had to work for the cable company, you're very familiar with a skirt.
All right, so back to Star Trek. Captain Foley.
Yes.
Tell us some great Trek wisdom. Like, what the hell's with the warp scale anyway?
Well, what do you mean specifically? Why did it change?
Well, when did it change? What? Because here's the thing. Didn't the Enterprise X actually go like warp 13 or something?
Yes.
All right, so explain, please. Why is it that Riker and the entire crew are not salamanders?
I think it was probably like another term for slipstream or something. Would be my guess.
That was not slipstream. You saw them going into proper warp. There was no slipstream opening.
Oh, Darren wants me to ask you, why do you hate Klingon ships from Enterprise?
I don't hate all Klingon ships, just the retro Bird of Prey, because it's a piece of shit. It's proportionately not correct, and even John Eves agrees with me. The things that I don't like about it are the things that he didn't like about it, but was changed after his initial design drawings.
And you're right, John. I meant the Galaxy X. Sorry, not the Enterprise X.
Well, I knew what you meant.
Yeah, I knew you got it, but somebody was Jeff was saying Enterprise X. What the heck is that? And so yeah, sorry. The Galaxy X was a 3 nacelle variant of the Galaxy class that we saw in All Good Things, but they did clock it at warp 13. But the classic show, like when you see in the original series when they talk about going warp 13, and in fact they have warp speeds much higher than that. In fact, I seem to recall Spock saying like something was coming in at like warp 20 or something like that. But the difference is that if you look at the Excelsior from Star Trek 3 when they stole the Enterprise, you could see on the console that the Excelsior was capable of warp 77, and that was and the TMP movie era was the last time that they had the classic warp scale. So warp 77 classic time is like warp 9.995 or whatever
Well, that warp 77 was the trans warp scale.
Right. But I think that the trans warp scale is what became the new warp scale.
Yeah, but the motion picture also had like that weird wormhole scene where everything was dilated. No, don't shoot the lasers.
That's because the engines were imbalanced.
Yeah.
And yeah, the asteroid got pulled in. So yeah.
But when are they going to create the non-binary warp?
Yeah, that would be the Enterprise, the Galaxy X again. It has 3 nacelles, so it is non-binary.
Exactly.
So
one nacelle extra, just enough for Riker.
Right, and the Kelvin is a single nacelle ship, so it's non-binary as well. We've had 2 non-binary warp ships.
No, actually, the Kelvin's actually asexual.
No, it's got a single.
Yeah, for self-love.
Like the Mocklins.
And I agree, Mark, that saying warp 13 is much easier than warp 9.993 or 9.9993, etc. But then why is it that they didn't just stick with the original scale? Because isn't warp 77 easier than saying warp 9.9993?
Isn't there just a point of adding on the nines where they just go, yes, it's warp 10. Happy?
Well, because warp 10, based on, at least in Voyager, is infinite velocity, which I will give them this much credit. The one thing they got right in that episode in Threshold is that if you were traveling at infinite velocity, you would, in fact, occupy every place in the universe simultaneously. That is actually true. However, what's not true is A, you would turn into a salamander, and B, there would be any chance that you would come out of infinite velocity anywhere within even 1 billion light years of where you started, because the universe is pretty big.
But wouldn't that, like if they were saying back telemetry, wouldn't Voyager just start immediately as soon as they hit warp 10, go boom, all their telemetry start going crazy with like, so we're getting things from the Andromeda Galaxy, we're getting things from Earth, we're getting things from Kronos. Everything is coming in all at once, live telemetry.
The problem is that the telemetry at infinite velocity, the telemetry would be so diluted by being spread out over the entire universe, you wouldn't be able to detect it.
True. But I mean, you know.
And you're right, Jeff. Yeah, Nomad's weapons were warp 15. Thank you.
Why don't they just create warp bombs?
Warp bombs?
Yeah, okay. Like, I know that...
Ricky drops warp bombs all the time. Or is this...
Yeah, but he flushes them away. But, no, it's... Okay, so think about it. You take a warp engine, a warp core.
Mm-hmm.
Strap 2 smaller engines onto the side of it. Right? Have the warp engine, like, powered up, whatever, send it a warp into the planet. Boom, planet's gone.
That would be counter to everything that the Federation stands for.
I never said it was the Federation. Well, I'm just saying in general. Why did never any bad guy ever say, "Hey, why don't we just strap engines onto the warp engine, send it a warp, and just boom, send it at a planet, strap a cloaking device on it, and then send it through, and you never have to have it."
You're talking about a massively expensive weapon.
Yes, and if you were planning on destroying a planet, and you were an intercept.
And you're also actually, I think part of the problem is it would be far more effective to just make a matter-antimatter bomb. Because the problem with and Captain Foley, correct me if I'm wrong, but the problem with what you're saying is that you're going on the assumption that warp speed is actual velocity. It's actually not actual velocity. It's bending space around the ship. And so the ship itself is not moving with enough kinetic force to actually incinerate the planet from impact.
Correct.
Yes, but we've all seen how much of a warp core explosion.
Yes, and you know what? You drop 20 pounds of antimatter and matter on a bomb on a planet, and goodbye planet.
Okay, and why didn't anyone ever do that then?
They did. It's an episode called Obsession. Kirk actually makes a matter-antimatter bomb with, I think, what they say, an ounce of antimatter, and it was going to rip off half the atmosphere of the planet.
Yep.
I've never seen all of TOS, so...
Well, I want to say there was even a general order. Like, General Order 1 is the prime directive, but there was one that was basically kill everything on the planet. And I think it came up in Enterprise, maybe?
General Order 20. It was from... A Taste of Armageddon.
Oh, okay. Okay, so TOS.
Yeah.
And the whole point of it was just to see, captains not obey it, but still.
It was obviously gone by the time of Picard, because remember when he met the guy from the TOS era, the time traveler, who was stealing everything?
Yeah.
Picard was going to outright nuke the planet. If your man didn't give him the right answer, he would have just turned that planet into ash. He never said, "Oh, General Order 22 prevents me from doing this. Haha, nuts to you." He turned around and he's like, "What do I do? There's Space Hitler down on that planet. Oh no, blah."
So,
and,
I think you might be mixing some episodes.
Yeah. Captain Foley, Chief Cook thinks you are Peter Kirk.
Why?
I don't know. Especially that's kind of, well, I guess weird, because wouldn't Captain Foley be now for his birth?
But no, what I'm not, because when he was talking to the time traveler was screwing with Picard's head, and he said down on that planet there is someone who's going to grow up to be space Smufflebuff. Okay? That he's going to do all this terrible stuff. Now, and Picard, he's like, I'm here to see if you destroy the planet or if you choose to save it. And Picard was like really toying with himself. Do I destroy? Do I save it? He never brought up the general order.
I thought that was a theoretical
the
thing
one.
Picard brought up.
Nope. He was the ship was pointed at the planet. The guy was there, and this is just before he stole data and went back onto the shuttle to travel through time.
It was a season 5 Matter of Time.
Yes.
I'll have to watch it again. I don't remember it posed like that, but I don't doubt you. I just doubt you.
Everyone doubts me. I'm not real.
I doubt you all.
Well, you're wise beyond your years, Mr. Hobbit.
I'm not a hobbit.
Okay, you're a dwarf. You live in the mines of Moria.
What? Worf?
A dwarf.
Look, getting your franchises mixed up here?
No, you're a dwarf.
Oh, a dwarf. Okay.
Yeah.
I thought you said you're the dwarf.
No, you're a dwarf.
No, he's just Irish.
Well, he could be a fae.
Actually, Scotch Irish.
Yes.
Oh dear God! I swear to God, that when I hear that Irish hologram talking, I just want to bang my head off the table. Oh, Picard, he's on the side of the angels, yeah. Dude, that means he's dead.
Darth, Darren is pointing out you were incorrect. It says Rasmussen was observing Picard saving a planet, not destroying it.
Yeah, but same thing. He was nearly going to nuke it then. So it was an option.
I'm gonna have to watch it. I think you're mistaken, sir.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure that the line was Picard talking with, I don't know, let's say Riker or Beverly. He talks to Beverly a lot, and he was saying, "Well, what if it turns out that the next space Hitler is?"
Yes, that's what I'm thinking about. Yeah, I mean, that line of thinking, he would have destroyed the planet.
Why?
Because, like, space Himmlers down there.
No, what he's saying is that you don't know. There's no way to know. And the principled position is to not kill.
Yeah.
And Picard was insufferably
Arrogant.
Yeah, but he was absolutely certain in his morals. And of course, most of the time he was written to be correct, which I actually think is a big problem with TNG compared to TOS. Kirk was wrong from time to time, and those are some of the best moments for his as a character. Whether it be the Gorn at Cestus 3 or it be him being a racist against Klingons. When Kirk is wrong, it's great character building. When Picard is wrong, it's just because the writers are wrong.
Yeah, I think that we would see more Kirk-like officers after the Dominion War, because if someone said, "Oh, the Dominion are dying," you would hear people, or the Jem'Hadar are dying. You would hear like new captains or admirals turning around and go, "Well, let them die." After what they saw through the Dominion War.
They did though. You did have Starfleet brass that was like. Remember, Starfleet was complacent in the Tal Shiar and Obsidian Order bombing the Dominion homeworld. They basically said, "Yeah, let them go. See if they're successful. It's not on us." And they were basically saying, "Yeah, genocide. We're okay with that." And of course, Admiral Nietzsche chewed out Picard for not committing genocide against the Borg, and so
I always thought she was up to something.
I think she was right from a tactical perspective. She was 100% correct.
Oh yes, but just as a person, I always thought that she was up to something.
Why? Because she was short and blonde and had short hair?
No,
is she Irish?
No.
Didn't that come up in a holodeck episode?
Oh
Nietzsche does not sound Irish.
no, she sounds Russian.
No.
But I mean, like, actually, there's a one who's on TV called Blenda Nikofi is her name, and that I swear, that one's names. Whenever you hear them, it's like, what the heck? Please speak a language we understand when you say your name.
What, you don't like the up down fake Irish?
No, I hate the fake Irish.
Oh, you don't like it when people be doing the fake Irish accents, do you?
Careful, Mr. Smiley.
Live with Matthew's wearing green, so as far as I can tell, he's more Irish than you at this point.
Yeah, the thing is, Irish people don't wear green on St. Patrick's Day.
That's not true. Not all Irish people wear green.
No, we don't.
Wearing green is taking a political stance.
Actually,
No,
the official
I
color,
know that, but you know.
the official color of Ireland is blue, not green.
All I know is that my father was an orange and my mother was a green.
And therefore, you're a girl.
Captain
So what's the
Planet
official
wearing
color of
green
Ireland? Then? Is it Guinness?
It's kind of a muddy brown.
Tar, yeah.
So your father was an Orangeman, and your mother was a Republican.
You
By
never
the
heard
sound
the
of it.
song? You know, this is the biggest mix-up that you've ever seen. For my mother, she was orange, and my father, he was green.
Are you on drugs?
No, it's a classic song
I've never
from
heard of it.
Ireland.
So
I've never heard this crap.
So I listen to a lot of old-timey music, and it's not just American old-timey music.
I can tell by how much you smile you do.
So I gotta say, so X Dark Prince says Spock, Cisco, Damar, Garrick, and Tuvok are the only really good characters. I'm sorry, there are a lot of good characters in Trek. You may not like them all, but I mean, please.
Yeah, I want to.
And
I
which
wonder
Spock
what
are you talking about?
my
There
question
have been
is.
three
I
of them.
wonder. Yeah. I wonder what happened between Chakotay and
What happened between you? You broke up Chakotay and what?
709. Because by the way, I thought that at the end of Voyager they were going
Oh,
to.
well, they
go
were
off-
nothing until they were something, and now they're nothing.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, but then they got back to Earth. Chakotay went off to the Marquis. Seven stayed with Janeway. You know, it was a mutual breakup.
I always
Yeah.
thought that Chakotay and Janeway got it on, and that was the whole thing. Because you see, here's the thing. You know, Janeway's spirit animal came to her and said, "Yeah, you got to get some of that Native American business." And so she was like, "Okay."
The actor who plays Chakotay is actually Mexican.
What was her spirit animal again? Was it
It
like
was
a
like a
lizard or
newt.
something?
It was like a newt or something like that.
Yeah. Some
Which makes perfect sense. I know a lot of people are like, a newt, really? Come on, it's Janeway. Eye of Newt. Does nobody get it?
She's a witch.
A witch.
Exactly.
I mean, Janeway's spirit animal. It's like, oh, who's that? And it's like, wait, that's Jack the Ripper. Why? He's a psychopath, and he's just there to gods. Get it? You're a psycho.
But yeah, as far as the whole Chakotay 7 of 9 relationship, that was like the dumbest thing. One of the dumbest things about the ending of Voyager. It's like, oh yeah, they're a thing now.
What
Yeah.
I didn't like about this episode. Sorry, speaking about things you didn't like. What I didn't like about this episode of Picard was when he finally took the captaincy. Because like, I don't know how this works, dude. You're after seeing it like 20 times. Stick your hand in the little hole, twist it, and push it forward. Come on.
That actually made me laugh. I won't lie.
Yeah, I'm like, I don't know how this works. That's
Like-
what she said.
It made me laugh also because he's like, okay, you know what? We've tried to do it my way. We've tried to do it their way. Now let's do it Soji way. And then he like sits down and takes over anyway.
Yeah, I know. It's like,
Yeah.
damn it, shut up! I'm going to do it your way. You know.
Now, what would have been funny, is if they ripped off a line from Good Doctor Who, so when he sits down in his chair, it's like, clear your internet browser, dear God, man.
That was a good Matt
I
Smith.
do have to say though, I thought that was a funny moment when Picard says, "I don't know how to operate this."
Which brings up the question: so, if that's how that ship is piloted, does that mean that all captains are on the ship now going, "Okay, hand forward, do the twisty thing, pushing forward"?
Wait, I have a tech question for Foley.
Yo, what up?
Okay, so and Darth Revan made me think of this. So, given the holographic controls on the La Sirena, right?
Mhm.
What's the point of the helm?
That's a good point.
I'm just wondering if he's piloting the ship from the captain's chair, why do we have a helmsman's seat?
Probably has redundancy in case he has something else to do.
What else
Yeah.
could he possibly have to do while he's in the captain's chair?
Smoke a cigar.
Well, that's true.
Get stabbed. Did we ever find out how he
Tubian,
got stabbed?
actually, I got to correct. Tubian says Picard is a boomer of the future. No, Picard in the 24th century is a boomer. That's how old he is. So he is he was born just past after World War II. He is a boomer that has survived for 400 years.
Yeah, my God, his who do you think you?
Wait, real quick. Darren says maybe the La Sirena was heavily modified. I thought that at first too, but they actually in the same episode talk about, well, when he got the ship, he opted for the self-scan option. So it sounded like, no, this is standard equipment.
But no, that was just talking about the holograms.
Right.
Never mentioned.
But they didn't
that.
say, like, it didn't sound like he had made any changes to the ship, only that he took immaculate care of it.
Yeah, but I mean, it never said that. They never said. I mean, the helm. The original color was blue, but he changed it to orange. It never said
That's
that.
not orange. That's red, dude.
Yeah. And Ozzy, I'm just going to be a dick for a second. Ozzy says tactical weapons. So as opposed to the non-tactical weapons. Sorry, I just had to say that.
Hey, Jeff Franklin, the Doctor Who. It was a Matt Smith episode in the episode The 11th Hour, and he made a joke about clear your browser history to this guy who was kind of interested in the companion or the girl who would become the companion.
Yeah,
it was real funny.
Amy Pond.
It was absolutely funny.
It was. If you saw him when he burst into the room, you could completely tell what he was about to do.
Yeah.
Now, Foley, you like the La Sirena, right?
Not really.
Oh, I thought you did for some reason. I hate it. Okay, who's got the angry tiny dog? Oh, it's Darth Revan. You got a Bijan.
Dude, she's in bed. She's in bed. She's tucked up asleep in bed.
Well, Auntie's always in bed. She's right behind me. She's sleeping away.
No, my dog sleeps in an actual bed.
Oh, is that the pug? That was Pug O'Prey?
Yeah, it was.
Okay. Yeah.
Hey, Captain, another Star Trek question for you. Do you think that Janeway made the correct choice when she blew up the array? On a, let's say, both on a moral stance and also on like a
you're talking about
Starfleet. Yeah, in the pilot episode when she blew up the array, do you think she made the right moral and let's say legal stance? I don't have a better word than legal, so we'll go with it.
Oh man, that's a tough one. I would say she didn't make the right choice.
Can you back it up?
No.
I can.
Of course.
Okay, I have another question for all three of you. Do you think they chose the wrong direction?
Well, hold on. I want to hear Michael justify whatever his stance is.
And actually, Darth Revan, yes, they chose the wrong direction as well, which I did see someone who did the math on it. But so first of all, the wrong choice, absolutely, because the caretaker was dead, and they destroyed the array to prevent the Kazon from getting a hold of the array and thus being able to mess with the stupid, brainless Ocampa society that makes no sense whatsoever, because if they can only have one child, then the race should have died out many generations ago. But anyway, so the caretaker was dead. All you have to do is use the array to go back in time and set a photon torpedo on the array to detonate a few seconds after you use the array. Don't give the Kazon enough time to react. You just set it to go off like 10 seconds after you use the array. And so, bam, as soon as it detects that Voyager has left the sector, then the torpedo arms, boom, no more array. As to what Darth Revan said, yes, they went the wrong way, because had they made a beeline for the gamma quadrant, they would have gotten back sooner.
Yeah.
They're not that much sooner.
Yeah, but it would have shaved like 10 years off their trip.
Another thing that they should have done is, I think that they should have done, that small little dino ship that was following them around in a slipstream that could go anywhere really, really fast? I forget the name.
Ship?
The what?
Did you say the dinosaur ship or something else?
Yeah, the dinosaur ship.
What about them?
Yeah, why didn't they either take that technology from the small ship, or ask, hey, dude who's on our side, can you slip us your engine schematics just so we can, get home tomorrow?
Because quantum.
Yeah, I know that.
Mm-hmm.
But still. I mean,
Look,
we saw...
The answer to everything on Voyager is quantum. I mean, you realize that Voyager had, like, I swear they had an edict where they had to say the word quantum at least 7 times per episode.
I know. Dude, you need to do a supercut of quantum to music.
He has it.
I know I've only done like a half a dozen quantums, but yeah, there's a lot of quantums.
Yeah, it's like, and then just at the end of it, it's just your line on your table, just banging your fist, going, "Stop it! Stop it! Stop it!"
Yeah.
Yeah, Voyager was the least scientifically grounded until Gen 3 track.
I won't argue with that.
But it was the fun popcorn of the week kind of show.
Dude,
Yeah, exactly.
Voyager, it gets like nearly obliterated. Like they'd be going along, one room left on Voyager, and then it's like, oh no, there's only this one room left, and then in the next years the whole ship's back and it's brand spanking new. Like with the same carpet and rocks and everything. It's like, where are you getting all this stuff? I mean,
What's that fully?
Replicators.
but they didn't have enough power for the crew to run their replicators.
And by the way, you know how stupid a quantum torpedo is?
Quantum levels of stupid.
Well,
So,
no, actually,
so I can know where the torpedo is going or how fast it's traveling, but I can't know both.
It's like,
well, quantum, basically a single quanta is the smallest measurable amount of anything. And so a quanta of light is a single photon, right? It's the smallest amount of light. So a quantum torpedo is the smallest possible torpedo. So it's basically, hey, throw a single grain of gunpowder at them. That would be a quantum torpedo.
It must have been a marketing thing.
Yeah. So I do have to say, so hold on, I gotta so now this isn't this is just the word quantum, not quanta or other variants. But in Voyager, the term was used 59 times.
in which episode?
Yeah, I could start to list the episodes if you really want, but like it's so funny because like this, sometimes it's like multiple times within a couple of seconds. Because check this out. I'm not making this up. These are 4 lines of dialogue. Janeway, all this could be regulated to the quantum singularity. The Doctor, quantum singularity. Janeway, it was sending out strong spatial distortions. They might have affected the crew and your systems as well. Doctor, Captain, if we were in the vicinity of a quantum singularity, I should have been informed. That's 3 uses of the word quantum in about 8 seconds.
That hurts.
Yeah.
My soul.
By the way, quantum singularity seems to be the number one thing they like to say.
That'd be just a really, really small black hole, right?
No.
Taurus calls up quantum analysis. What is I'm doing the least amount of work possible?
I'm going to use that. Like, what are you doing? I'm doing a quantum amount of work. Dude, you've literally moved your pen once. Yes.
Oh, hey, here's a good one. The module Seska stole contains a quantum resonance oscillator.
Yes, those are lots of words together.
See, that would almost make sense. Because
How
like
does
maybe
that almost make sense?
because maybe you're measuring like the resonance of
Quantum?
particles on a quantum level. Like I can almost see that one.
They're firing some kind of quantum resonance charges. Explain that.
I can't explain that one.
No, sir, the charges are... Oh,
Here's a good one. This is definitely correctly used. Tuvok, Captain, there's a quantum surge off the port bow.
what?
Maybe it's like warp technology. The definition has changed.
And then he follows that with something is coming out of subspace. So wouldn't that be a subspace disturbance, not a quantum disturbance?
Well, it was a
Maybe.
really small portion of subspace.
But subspace is underspace, and when you're coming out of, it's not small. It's the same size as your ship.
Yeah, that's why it
So-
was a small part of subspace.
I mean, maybe it's a anti-tracker ship because it's only a tiny little thing.
The attempt to merge our ships is throwing us further out of phase. The quantum cohesion of both Voyagers is breaking down.
You know what
Okay,
you
that
should
was a
do?
fun episode.
A mix of the word a count. See which one wins. Federation, the Prime Directive, and Quantum.
Well,
Right,
so
and
far-
home.
So let's see. Let's scan. So let's see.
That was
Oh,
like a
it's great.
season 7 episode, wasn't it? The one where Janeway was going through the different fractured parts of the ship through time or something.
Yes, and she nearly killed Seven. Well,
Good
she
times.
hated Seven. Yeah, good times.
The Doctor. I will try looking through the quantum substructure database.
Okay, then. Have fun.
All right. See, that one almost makes sense again, but that sounds like when like a boss would ask me what I'm doing, and I'd like overstate my job just to make the boss shut up or something.
Oh, here's a
Yeah.
good.
Okay.
So, computer says diagnostic complete. 7 says analyze. Computer says quantum failures are present in 33% of gel pack relays.
That
I got
could
nothing
make
for that
sense.
one.
What's
That
that?
sounds-
Coley?
That could also make sense. Very small.
That sounds like
Errors.
that sounds like someone's
What?
someone had messaged after a bad night with their wife. It's like there's been many quantum errors last night.
Oh, right here. Okay, I got a lawsuit. Alert. Lawsuit alert.
Okay.
Right here, CBS needs to sue Fox, or now Disney, of course, and basically in order to get the Orville off the air. Actual line episode Hope and Fear. Tom Paris, look at this. Energy from the quantum drive is being routed through the main deflector.
Oh, good luck.
Whoops.
Hopefully.
Well, basically, the CBS's lawyers have opened up the ability for us to rip off Star Trek in total and just say that scene le faire, it's a common sci-fi trope.
Yes.
Can't copyright it anymore. Teleporters, it's common. You can't copyright it.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, here's one. Kim decides to invert the quantum field. So does that make it a large field?
I forget what
Oh
it is.
no!
But
Look, this is a different episode. It could be our only chance to use the quantum drive, says Janeway. That's twice they used the term quantum drive.
hold on,
Was
not
that
for
the
Matthew.
slipstream one?
Were you a Whovian?
Oh yeah.
Do you remember in the 50th anniversary? You're reversing the polarity, but you're reversing the polarity. We're confusing the polarity.
That was the one with Tennant and Smith, right?
Yes.
That's but so they really did. Okay, so let's so scientifically accurate, absolutely. I love when people say that classic Trek is always scientifically accurate. So that's Star Trek Voyager used it 59 times. So
Look up the word home in Voyager.
Nine, not too far off. Deep Space Nine used quantum 54 times, only 5 times less than Voyager. And Peter Reun puts €2 in the chat. Thank you so much. Says TNG, tachyons and positron particles that did all. Yes, tachyons and positrons can do anything.
Of course, but I think Star Trek completely forgot about that every single starship is able to do time travel by shooting around the sun.
They've been able to do that since the original series. So yeah.
Yeah, it's like, oh no.
No. See, it was the bird of prey that made it possible.
Yeah. Next Generation, 40 times, and that includes their movies. So we have a significant drop there. What's that, Captain Foley?
I was gonna say, but it wasn't the bird of prey that made time travel possible.
Yeah. That's
no. They did it
on my backside. I was just being silly, Captain.
Yeah. Oh, gotcha.
It was a silly Billy.
Yeah, I was trying to come up with a headcanon reason as to why in the future no other Star Trek ship ever traveled back in time or future in time.
Here we go. Star Trek, the original series, including the 3 seasons of the original series, the 2 seasons of the animated series, and the first 6 Star Trek films. You ready for this?
Okay, Dave.
Twice. And guess what? Both in Star Trek Generations.
I would have missed that one.
And by the way, neither by a classic Trek regular. One was by Demora Sulu, who said there's too much quantum interference, Captain. The other by Riker, who said a quantum implosion has occurred within the Amargosa star.
Sir, there's been a quantum implosion in my bathroom. I need a repair crew.
All right, so the only thing left on this script, because I don't have this script search doesn't have Gen 3 yet. So
look up the word home.
Enterprise improved quite a bit after Voyager with only 29 instances.
You see, I've literally told like bosses who wouldn't leave me alone about why things were taking so long. I'm like, look, man, I had to degauss the serial port today. It just takes forever. I'm sorry. And they're like, okay, man, okay, we'll leave you alone. But
all right,
I don't know what I said.
So that is a total of 184 uses of the term quantum in all of Gen 1 and Gen 2 Trek. However, 2 of which could be attributed to Gen 1, but technically it was Gen 2 because it was Generations.
Hey, backtracking just a little bit, talking about why Voyager didn't go to the Gamma Quadrant.
Yeah.
So there was an episode of Voyager where they went through the black space. Which it was supposed to be like a 2-year-long journey, and then they found like a random wormhole or something. I don't know. Some Deus Ex Machina happened. But I kind of always just assumed that if they had gone laterally across the galaxy, then they would have had the problem where they went through like several bands maybe of the spiral of the arm. And so even though it would take longer, it was a safer route resource-wise to go vertically, if you will, through the galaxy.
It's a circle, dude. You don't have to go in a direct straight line.
Yeah, but if you're talking about if they're up here, let's say if this is a galaxy and they're up in the top quadrant of it, then if you go laterally across it, then you're going across more of the spirals, and so there could potentially be less star systems up there, less solar systems. Whereas if you follow
less odds of finding a shortcut.
Yeah, where if you follow the spiral down, you're more likely to be able to find resources and maybe people.
Okay,
that's just my headcanon why they went the long way.
Here's a question for you: do you think Voyager should have become a raider?
A raider?
Yeah. Okay. Like what I'm saying is, let's say for talk's sake, Voyager comes up across a random ship, and the random ship has the technology that'll take 9 years after journey. What?
That's what Captain Ransom did.
Yeah, but
yeah,
and I see nothing wrong with what he done. He was using insects.
Really, you have no problem with him taking a sentient life form and
They weren't sentient. They were insects.
Based on what exactly are you saying that? They showed intelligence.
Butterflies show intelligence.
Mm.
I bet they tasted really nice as well.
The NX-01 actually did screw over a couple of people in during the Zindi arc.
Yeah, and I think Voyager should have done something similar. Found some way to get,
Then Darth, you're missing the whole point of Trek.
I know, but I'm just saying it was stuck in an onion.
Well, that's why.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Janeway's a psycho.
Okay, so.
So that said, I do. Go ahead.
This is what Darth Revan was asking about, so I looked it up. Over the course of all Trek shows, there's 105 uses of the term Prime Directive.
On which shows has
side are you using?
Huh?
Which side are you using?
It's called Star Trek Script Search.
I'm gonna make a note of that.
It's actually really good. I use it all the time for trying to find where something is. So, Prime Directive for the original series, which also includes the animated series, accounts for 17 uses of the term. Which is
okay.
Which only one of which was the animated series. I didn't realize they'd used it so much. I really didn't. Return of the Archons used it several times. Changeling used it once. Bread and Circuses used it 3 times. Omega Glory used it 4 times. Empath used it once. For the World is Hollow and I Have Touched the Sky used it once. And the BEM from the animated series used it once. So 17 for the original series.
Okay.
Hey, guys, I'll be right back. I'm going to disappear for 1 second.
All right, my friend.
Okay.
So next gen, 42.
I think the Empath was my least favorite TOS episode.
I'm not a big fan of Empath. Although the funny thing is, I swear, this just shows the idiocy of the producers of Discovery. The Telosians in Discovery look like the aliens from the Empath.
You think Discovery cares?
Well, I'm just saying, look at the aliens from the Empath. And in fact, I'll bring it up right now.
Dude.
Vile. Yeah, Foley just needs to shut up. He's monopolizing the stream again.
I know. Foley is like, he keeps talking his ass off. Yeah.
Dude.
Okay, so
They literally showed Pike. Bless you. They literally showed Pike. Where and when.
I'm back.
Yay.
Okay, stop talking about him.
They literally showed Pike where and when his accident was going to happen.
So take a look at that. Those are the.
He can just never go back to engineering.
So these are the aliens from the Empath. You remember them?
Yes.
All right.
Yeah.
No.
Now compare that to. Let's see. So there's the Telosians.
Yeah.
Look at the Telosians from Discovery.
They kind of got more of a prominent ridge line there.
Right. They look more like the aliens from the Empath.
Yeah.
Then these are the classic Telosians.
There's no ridges whatsoever on them.
Now, the classic Telosian you can see is wearing the Mercedes-Benz symbol.
Of course.
And this is like wearing a mutated version of it because everything has to be different because, quantum.
25%.
Matthew.
25.
I will hunt you down. You will be the last survivor of your family.
I know there's a lot of people who don't like that.
Yeah.
Although I gotta say, what's the name of that episode? If memory serves, I think is actually probably the best episode of Discovery.
Okay. So, how do you feel about Pike getting his own show?
I'm for it.
It's not going to happen.
No, it's confirmed it's happening.
It's not
I'll believe
No,
it when I
it's
see
not.
the.
It is not
It's not
confirmed.
it's happening. And I think it would be better to do a movie, whether made for TV movie or whatever. But I think it'd be better to do a Pike movie.
I think it would be better to do a series and cancel Discovery Season 3, which is not going to happen. But in place of Discovery Season 4, I would say do a Pike series would be much more interesting.
Sir, I have a question for you, Mr. Trekker.
Now you're calling me Mr. Trekker, so you're going to probably say
Yeah.
something really offensive.
Why is your Irish flag black?
It's not.
It is.
No, it's not. What's behind me right now, Darth Revan?
Oh.
There you are. Why do you think I don't have mine behind me right now?
Because you're poor. You don't have one.
No, it's over.
boy.
It's over there in the corner.
Yeah, it was punished. It has
That's
to go
him in
stand in the corner for a while.
That's him in the spotlight, losing his religion.
Wow, that takes me back.
There. Is that better?
Yay! There we go.
Just so I can prove it to you.
I will stab you in the eye.
I remember that song a little differently. I must be the American version.
I know.
Version is just a little more morbid. All right,
There's
so,
something you should see. It's I Am Patrick. It's a documentary on St. Patrick from his own words. Yeah, and there's no mentions of snakes at all. It starts off with a thing saying something along the lines of, I am a sinner greater than any other Christian. We know that he done something egregious, but we don't know what he done.
okay, so
I think that's a pretty standard position for a Christian to take in general, coming to grips with their own proper position and things, you know?
here's your trivia question for the night.
Okay.
1,000 internet points to the first person that gets this right on this panel. People in the audience don't count because you can cheat. All right. So we know that 105 instances throughout all of Trek use the term Prime Directive.
Okay.
We know that 17 of them are from the original series and that 42 of them are from TNG. You can also fairly certainly deduce that 0 of them are from Enterprise since the Prime Directive did not yet exist.
Mm-hmm.
All
Yes.
right. How many were in Deep Space Nine?
Prime Directive. I would go and say 15.
So Foley says 5, Revan says 15. What do you say, Matthew?
I'm going to go with 0.
Foley was closest, and damn, you were close. 6.
Oh shit! Forgot about that one. God.
Yeah. I forgot about that one. What are the ones you remember?
I have no idea.
Yep.
And Enterprise got real close. I guess.
Right.
That,
Well,
do you think
The
Prime
closest was the
Directive?
one with the insect episode where he said
I only remembered one of them, and because I was trying to think about it myself, and I remembered one right off the top of my head, which is from the first episode, Emissary. Picard says, your job is to do everything short of violating the Prime Directive to make sure that they're ready, as in the Bajorans. Then in Captain Pursuit, remember the one with Tosk the Hunted?
Yeah.
It is their custom, Chief. Under the Prime Directive, we have no right to interfere. And then also Captain Pursuit, Cisco says, save it. You ignored your duties, Starfleet. You took off your comm badge so you could ignore me. You even ignored the Prime Directive. I can't do a good Cisco voice, but yeah. Battle Lines, Cisco said, you don't need to interpret the Prime Directive for me, Doctor. So you can always tell when Cisco's talking because it sounds like he's about to kick your ass.
I think that's just Avery Brooks.
Yeah. In the circle, it says Chakotay, but not spelt the same way as Commander Chakotay. Says, but internal to Bajor, the Cardassians might involve themselves in other people's civil wars, but we don't. The Prime Directive applies, Ben. And then in Family Business, Quark says, It's the same thing, don't you see? That's how it begins. All it takes is for one impressionable youngster to join Starfleet, and the next thing you know, a whole generation of Ferengi will be quoting the Prime Directive and abandoning the pursuit of Latinum.
Here's a question for you. If they made a new Trek series set after Picard, would you want anyone related to anyone else to
No.
show up?
No, not at all. I want no connections whatsoever.
Do you think Riker's daughter's going to ever enter Starfleet?
Don't care.
So Enterprise gets real close to saying Prime Directive.
Yes.
In the episode Dear Doctor,
I think that we need some kind of
doctrine.
Doctrine, yeah. I think
Yeah.
doctrine or something like that.
And until they drafted that directive, they get close.
Yeah, but when you search for the term Prime Directive on Enterprise, it does come up with zilch.
Yeah.
And of course, Voyager comes up with 40.
Search for the word home in Voyager.
Home?
Yeah.
As in, like, trying to find a way home?
Yes.
Well, keep in mind, if it's way too many, it will tell me there's too many results. Let's see. Yeah. Output is limited to 500 excerpts. Or 5,000 lines. So 500 episodes or 5,000 lines. So it returned 506 individual excerpts with 555 lines.
So,
they said it quite a bit.
They really should have said, one day we will find our quantum home.
Quantum home.
Yeah, Vile Mike, I kind of agree with him. I wouldn't mind him passing the torch, and I really hope Picard goes that way.
I've been saying it to a couple of people.
Quantum home is never spoken in Star Trek, just so you know.
I know, but I would just the way I identify Picard is that you'd see the funeral and people are back at Chateau Picard. They're talking to his servant slaves and just to make Auntie Checker happy. And so they're there and they're talking and they're like, what's going to happen to the old place now? And they pat the dog and the dog does the sad noise because he's a good boy. And they walk off, but then someone comes to the house and in a new Starfleet uniform and they're like, yes, what are you here for? And it's like, I'm here to see my father. Picard, because it turns out they had a kid from the one in the insurrection that the writers forgot existed.
Oh yeah, that'd be neat. I also wouldn't mind if he was Beverly's kid.
Yeah, because we don't know that Picard doesn't have any kids. He never stated, I don't have any kids. He said, I don't like kids. He could just be a dick to his own kids.
So, how many times would you guys guess the word wormhole is used in Star Trek?
Too many times.
75.
75? What did you say, Foley?
375.
What did you say, Revan?
Quantum.
A quantum number.
Well,
it's a big quantum though.
Would be 0.
Amount of time.
So it's 520.
Wow.
How many?
But keep in mind, Deep Space Nine, the word wormhole appears quite 520 throughout Trek. I'm sure the bulk of them are Deep Space Nine.
No, I'd say most of them are.
Hold on, I want to check. Deep Space Nine. Deep Space Nine is 336 of them.
Well, yeah, because they're going through the wormhole.
Yeah.
Ryan Landers mentions Soji will take the name of Picard, like like Ray did in Star Wars.
Soji goes back.
My name is Soji Picard.
Yeah, she goes back to the chateau and she buries Picard's comm badge in the dirt and she's there. And then Romulan comes up. Who are you? And she lifts her head up and she goes, I am Soji. Soji Picard. I never heard of you.
But JD wants to know how many times they said prophets. Not as many as wormhole, actually. They said prophets 304 times in Deep Space Nine. In all of Trek, 308. So 4 times that were not in Deep Space Nine.
Oh,
what word was that?
Prophet.
Okay. I was thinking wormhole. I'm like, wow, that must have been like
And actually, that was profits plural. If I do profits singular, there's 319. Let me see how many are Deep Space Nine. 313 are Deep Space Nine. So that means 600 and something if you include profit and profits.
Yeah.
I guess the other times for Voyager, the False Prophets episode,
Yeah.
the one with the
And
two Ferengi.
Oh yeah, profit. Yeah.
Yes,
Do you
so
think
Lesnar
future
saying
Ferengi will become dignified, like less money orientated?
what's that?
Okay, that after Rom takes over, do you think the Ferengi are going to become less money orientated?
I doubt it. They're still Ferengi.
Yeah.
That's like saying, "Oh, do you think that now that Worf is an ambassador, the Klingons will be less, honor bound?"
Yes. Yes, I do. I think that they're going to take up knitting. Today is a good cooking. Today is a good day to fry.
I still like the Gowron as a real estate agent. Today is a good day to buy.
It would be a good ad. Michael Crawford, the real estate show. Today is a good day to buy. Dude, next time you're having a yard sale, you need to do that. Today is a good day to buy.
I don't really do yard sales though.
Fine.
That would involve moving stuff around in my front yard, and I can barely walk.
Dude, that's what kids are for. I mean, I heard
you
that
got two
Matthew's...
of the tykes.
What?
I was saying he has two of the tykes, and they're not tykes.
Yeah.
Well, one of them is like 2,000 miles from here, so that wouldn't do much good. And the other one, what do you say? Oh,
it's sad. Kids. I mean, it's good, but it's still sad when the ungrateful brats move up to Illinois and become pastors or something. For a random example.
Yeah. Is that what happened with you?
Became a pastor in Illinois.
My older brother.
Oh,
that bastard.
Well, then you don't have a kid that became a pastor.
No.
Okay.
Unless your brother.
By the
is
way,
your kid.
in case you're wondering, the term prune came up 15 times.
What about warrior?
Only 15.
Huh?
Only
What
15.
What about warrior?
And
Warrior,
so let's see. So yesterday's Enterprise was the first. We all remember that one. That was when you see it's an Earth drink, prune juice. Then drink your prune juice. And then and Guinan says, "How come you never gave him prune juice in Family?" And then also in Family, well, part of it may feel that way. There's another part that I've seen, a part that comes in and drinks prune juice. Then
It looks towards the star, and that star is not Kronos.
Now, that's it for TNG, by the way. That's all for TNG. So then in Deep Space Nine, Worf walks in to the room, and Worf says, "I will keep that in mind." And then in Quark says, "Let me guess, Klingon blood wine, prune juice, chilled. Prune juice? If you say so." Let's see. What do I care? All he ever drinks is prune juice. Rules of engagement. He came in, ordered a drink, prune juice, I believe, and then started to talk. Rules of engagement. I remember him asking what happens to the Klingons after the convoy. Then he got this funny look on his face. He put down his prune juice. The quickening. I ordered a glass of prune juice from the replicator in the Defiance mess. This is what came in.
Wouldn't it be funny if Quark started selling prune juice in the Klingon Empire?
Well, it might work. Actually, Worf could make a killing doing that. And that would be a great thing to throw into Picard just for fun.
Worf is a prune farmer.
That'd be great. Like
Uncle
Worf's
Klingons juice now available in the Klingon Empire.
It's the quenchiest.
Constipated? Drink some of this. Kapla.
Oh, dude, there's so we have a hilarious yogurt ad over here. So basically, there's this ad for women's yogurt. Okay. Sorry, no, it's called Dulcolax. It's basically laxatives for women. And the thing is, it's like if your gears aren't working and you see this woman's stomach and there's two gears jamming against each other, and it's like take Dulcolax and then they just start spinning around really fast, and all you see is like it gets your gears moving, and I'm like, yeah, if you take that and fart, you're going to crap yourself.
Max Volume wants to know how many times the F word appears. Well, in Picard, it is 6. I have been counting. In Discovery, it is 3, I believe.
I thought it was
But the
2.
script search doesn't have those scripts up yet, so
No,
we can't.
It's 3. There was one episode where Tilly and Stamets say it, and there's another episode where just Tilly says it.
And there's 0 times in anything before that.
Correct.
Do you think that?
By the way, this is a great set of lines to take out of context because I don't remember what's going on in this episode, but it's hilarious to read just these lines. Odo is talking to Dr. Bashir. Odo says, "And that's what you said last week." And then Bashir says, "And?" And Odo says, "And it helped. That and the prune juice."
If it's a human, then yeah, he got.
Come on, nobody's
he
going
had
to
a blockage.
comment on my brilliant Odo impersonation. Damn, rough.
It's all right.
Too soon, dude. Too soon.
I like
Oh.
because he's dead.
Yeah. Look at him with his. Well, that'd be a normal.
Dick.
It'd be a normal size fridge to him, but it's a mini fridge to everyone else.
I like the idea of Picard like showing up at the Klingon High Council, and the same thing that happened with Rafi, like, "Get out of here!" And he turns around, he's like, "I have the good stuff." And he's like, he's like,
Prune juice.
"Prune juice."
No.
Mark Taco.
No, you see, it's like, "Sir, we've got a barrel of prune juice, but to prune is Worf's head as a prune."
Like
See,
that's
that's
on
what
the
happened.
label.
That's why the Klingorks are there. Is they drank too much prune juice.
No.
So
Okay,
they start looking like prunes.
Life of Matthew, you've seen Stargate Atlantis, yes?
Yes.
Okay, then you'll get this reference. So you see a big white light, and they're like, "What is this? Is this back to a ship is lost?" They're like, Picard and Soji, they're trying to get home, back to the Federation, right? They send a thing, a new technology, new light opens up, and a bottle of prune juice just rolls out from the light.
All right, so this is a good question, and I would like Captain Foley to weigh in on this one because he's been strangely silent and strange.
He's dead. He passed out.
Yeah, I think he might have passed out.
I'm still here.
All right. Yeah, because if he did pass out, then the sound of him sliding off the couch would be like, Anyway, so Phi asked the question, why did the Borg change from stealing tech to kidnapping?
Are they talking about assimilation?
Well, in Q Who, they were only interested in technology. In Best of Both Worlds, they were interested in assimilating humanity. And then, of course, by First Contact, they've assimilated thousands of species.
Each time you assimilate, you get new motivations.
I have a headcanon.
Well,
Or-
so do I. I put a video out about it, but I'm curious what Captain Foley says about it.
I just think it's because every time they assimilate new races, they get new motivations and ideas as to what's the best way to attain that perfection.
My one is that they discovered a new power source, and then with this new technology that they needed more calculations, and therefore they're running calculations through all the brains of the Borg. So instead of having like one big central hub in the thing, you have
Why
10
don't they just
million
build computers?
because no
Seems like
computers
there'll be
are
a lot
advanced,
less trouble.
because no computers are advanced as the brain.
Yeah, I've seen that episode of Enterprise as well, even though it's a load of crap.
And
Quite
Caleb.
you. This
I mean,
is the 90s we're talking about,
You
man.
do realize that computers today can calculate mathematics better than a human brain, right?
Dude, a cell phone can calculate mathematics
Right.
better than me.
Well,
Well,
anyway,
I kind of took it
An
like
abacus can calculate mathematics better than you, Darth Revan. I'm saying that.
Hey, don't insult abacuses now.
I kind of thought the assimilation thing was done specifically because they wanted the spokesperson of Picard, and then okay, let's try to make a spokesperson all the time, and it just kind of, while making these spokespersons peoples, they start to expand their assimilation process, and then they had a queen. And
No, my idea
Things
for
got
the
out of
queen
hand.
is that they incorporated a race whose idea of monarchy was ingrained in their society. Like maybe they came from a god emperor type
But-
society.
Here's the problem with what you're saying, Darth Revan. That's already presupposing assimilation. What would drive the Borg from going from non-assimilation to assimilation in the first place?
A fatal error.
That is
a corrupt hard drive sector.
Yeah. Dust on the heads.
oh, I guess we're supposed to assimilate people now. Okay, Frank. Yeah.
Pretty much. It's like, oh, how do we make them scarier? I know, assimilate people. Why? Just shut up,
And,
okay?
and the biggest problem with all that, though, is that while there's some interesting ideas, is that no matter what you say, it's contradicted by First Contact because they retconned that they'd been assimilating all along.
Of course, but you see, the thing is, quiet you. That's the answer.
Okay.
The same answer as when Patrick Stewart went and said, "Why is Picard speaking? I'm not French. Why is Picard French? Can't he just be English? No, Picard's French. Why? French doesn't exist anymore in the future. It's not a language anymore."
I like Ryan's idea for the last episode of Picard. You're gonna have Gary Seven show back up.
I think maybe in the last episode of Picard, they're going to have just Picard go back to his office and you hear, hello, mon admiral. And he just turns around and there's Q. And he's like, so since you got old, what do you think of the new get up? And Q, that's why Q's older. And he's dressed up in an admiral's outfit.
I almost think Q is too lighthearted to actually show up in Picard.
The thing is,
Rumor has it that he's going to show up in the last episode, which I hope that's not true.
yes. But guys, it's 5:15. I'm going to head off. Thanks for having me, Anti-Tracker.
All right, take it easy, Darth Revan.
See you,
Yes.
Darth.
See you later, Darth Revan.
See, dudes, Foley, don't drink too much. I mean, if you fall on the floor, you're so smooth, no one will be able to catch you.
Wow.
That's actually true.
Yeah.
I do imagine that's why the camera's off now. I just saw you in that armchair.
Oh,
You
yeah.
got your crown royal just resting on your stomach there.
What is? Oh gosh, I got to find it. Hold on. Dang it! Why'd you have to go and talk about Foley's smoothness again? Let's see.
Because you've been hit by, you've been struck by.
What is?
No.
Yeah. So here we go.
Actually,
So I found. Hold on, Foley. You can't go yet because I got to show you this because they did actually do a
I'm
show
not
about it.
going anywhere.
Okay.
The
Oh, now
reason
the
my
Revan's
video's
gone.
off
You want
is-
to show your face again?
The reason the video's off is because I have the phone down here because I have the window open because the crackling sound is only happening
Right.
when my phone gets warm. If I keep it cool with the breeze going by it, it's actually fine. So
All right. So Captain Foley was actually, a lot of people don't realize that Captain Foley actually did, in fact, appear on a well-known science fiction show. And so I have the clip right here if you're ready to see it.
I'm all ears.
as am I. Oh my good God.
That's you, right?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
I
see?
get royalties for you showing that. Thank you.
So there we go. Captain Foley doing the peace dance. So it's all true.
That's awful, by the way.
That's awful. Why is that awful? I don't understand how you can have that smooth a chest. I mean, do you have any hair on your chest at all?
Nope.
Yeah.
See, Foley used to be an Olympic swimmer, and every morning he wakes up with a razor and gets it perfectly smooth.
And Peter says, Foley, just get your laptop to emit a tachyon pulse. If you slip from the chair, it would change the quantum resonance of the chair's surface. Very good. Somebody's been paying attention to this live stream.
If you slip from the chair, it would change the quantum resonance of the chair's surface.
Yeah, I heard. I heard last night Darren had your voice say something really positive about himself.
Yes, very positive, in fact. Yes, extremely positive. And large. What is Alexa? Alexa is Bird of Prey 5's wife, apparently. Which is kind of weird, but yeah.
Like common law.
And Phi says, Hail Foley awaiting kill order.
Who said that?
Phi. Look at he's got a weird symbol for his name, but I asked him, he said it's pronounced Phi.
Execute.
Are you sure you want to say that when you're not sure what the kill order is?
Maybe I do know what it is. How do you know?
That's true. I want that 1/350 scale Enterprise of yours.
Okay.
Really? I can have it?
Come get it.
That sounded kind of almost like a threat.
A very polite threat.
Yes.
Foley Joker will be here.
Foley. Oh man, have you heard Foley Joker Life with Matthew?
No.
Oh jeez. All right, well, let him have it. Remember, his name is Life with Matthew, not me. Talk to him. Life with Matthew.
I'm not going to do it right now.
Oh,
I have to be in the mood.
How much more do you have to drink to get in the mood?
Oh, good God. I don't know.
Cue the
well,
sack.
that sounded like you were trying to pick him up. So,
how much you got to drink to get in the mood?
Cue the sax.
Wow, this is just getting weird.
Just like Picard and Riker had last week.
I actually liked Picard and Riker's time together. I just didn't like the rest of the episode.
I did. I liked the week before more than last week, but we've already gone over the fact that I just have my polarity reversed.
Right. Well, I see, and that's the thing. Like, there's the thing that pissed me off the most about the most recent episode was the fact that we had the most badass moment in all of Picard get completely nerfed 10 seconds later, and that's when
with all the Borg getting evacuated.
Yeah. What did you think of that, Foley?
I thought it was shit because she was already in control of the cube, and I don't know why she didn't just beam them all back immediately or just stop the Romulans from blowing them all out into space.
Right. Why? How could they control the cube's garage door?
And how did that affect all the drones? Like,
right. Well, apparently the entire, because here's the thing, it looked like they opened up the entire side of the cube on every side. So shouldn't the cube just fly apart?
You'd think.
It was only mostly the entire side. You know, you had half a side here, half a side on the other corner, maybe 3/4 of one corner over there.
It just didn't make any sense.
No, it
Yeah,
didn't.
It didn't.
Why would the side of the cube be able to open up at all?
Because quantum.
But you liked that episode.
Yeah, that wasn't bad.
So, but then explain it to me. Make it right. Make it sound good.
No, I refuse. I'm just being difficult to get along with right now.
You are. You're just being belligerent. When Foley gets belligerent, that means he's on the verge of drinking enough to where he might do Joker Foley or, God help us, shirtless Foley.
Or Foley Con.
Huh?
Or Foley Con.
Well, Foley Con, you don't need a lot of drinking to do.
That's true.
Maybe the Romulans added the garage door, the cube is heavily modified. How do you figure the cube is heavily modified? And here's the stupid thing, is that they show over and over and over that like huge chunks of the cube were blown off and it was being held together with force fields. So rather than have them literally open up the side of the cube, how about you just turn off the force fields? Wouldn't that do the same thing?
It doesn't look as cinematic though.
Yeah.
Yeah, but at least it would make some semblance of sense.
Last week's episode was not strong in the sense category.
No.
When our foremothers came to solve the mystery of the eightfold star system.
Which we've been talking about, apparently.
Once. Pimp my cube.
That needs to be a show. We showed up at Third of Five's place. Oh, sure. It was just a sub-adjunct of tertiary adjunct 17. But when we finished, he had a waterfall. Maybe the Borg like to open up the side of the cube when they pull alongside other ships to troll them. Well, okay.
See, now I'm just imagining like at a stop, like the Borg's rolling down the windows.
Yeah.
Hey, aliens.
That would be freaking awesome, actually. I mean, you know, you're probably too young, but do you remember the old Mr. Microphone ads?
No.
It's not ringing a bell.
You don't remember Mr. Okay, I know I'm old. I'm dating myself here, but there was an old product. It was called Mr. Microphone. And what Mr. Microphone was basically a very short-range wireless microphone that broadcast AM signal. And so you could turn your radio to the frequency of your Mr. Microphone, and it would come out of your car stereo.
Okay.
And the commercial, literally, I'm not making this up. The commercial literally has a guy driving by someone and going, "Hey, good looking, I'll be back to pick you up later," with his radio cranked up so she can hear him. So that's what the Borg are doing.
That sounds a lot like the Walkman that Macaulay Culkin had in Home Alone 2.
You know, and again, I know I'm dating myself, but I hate Home Alone. So
Someone needs to date you. It's okay.
and so, but I don't know. I like the and this is where Star Trek Picard is breaking to me, and this is my problem. Is that Broken Pieces being the name of the last episode seems so perfect because this episode seems like it was episode 8 of a completely different series.
I really got that feeling about the episode names, yeah. Like the Maps and Legends.
Right.
The end is the beginning.
That one made no sense at all.
It's almost like they had different shows that fit these titles. Or, it's almost as if they mixed all the title names up by accident. Like when the series is over, I kind of want to redo it and be like, okay, this was supposed to be the Maps and Legends episode. This was the Broken Pieces episode.
Now,
See if that makes sense.
But yeah, Maps and Legends, it's like there were no maps and no legends.
Yeah.
Although, here's the interesting thing. We find out 7 episodes later that there actually were some legends, and the map was the Conclave of 8, but we never talked about it. So maybe Maps and Legends originally had a bunch of stuff with Rafi obsessing over the Conclave of 8, but then they just said, screw it, we're just going to have Picard on the Vineyard.
Maybe they did change a lot of stuff in post, yeah. I wouldn't be too surprised.
Thomas, why aren't you talking about the Fairhaven episodes? Huh?
What, in Voyager, where Janeway had her boyfriend?
I want to know how did they get what's his name to play Leonardo da Vinci?
John Rhys Davies.
Yeah. I mean, was he like hooked on heroin at the time and desperately needed a fix? How did they get him?
I don't know.
John Rhys Davies. What else did he play in?
He's
Well,
under the
he was Gimli in Lord of the Rings.
Yeah, and he's what's its? I forget his name in Indiana Jones, but
Yeah, he was in Sliders, right?
He was also
Yes.
in Flash Gordon, wasn't he? Wasn't he the Hawk dude in Flash Gordon? And he's been around for a long time.
I don't think he was
I
in.
don't know.
I don't think it was in Gordon. I think you're thinking someone else. But I got his Wikipedia up. Yes, he was in Sliders, which there is a series I would not mind to see come back.
Oh, that was
Foley
Brian Blessed. You're right. I'm sorry, Max. Thank you.
Foley, have you seen Sliders? Are you familiar with that sci-fi?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
When I think sliders, I think small hamburgers.
I think White Castle. Yeah.
Oh, no, not White Castle. You know, the funny thing is, so when we moved to Tennessee, like, because I'm from Oregon, and there's no such thing, or at least there wasn't when I lived there, there was no such thing as White Castle. And you had movies like Harold and Kumar Go to White Castle, and, you know, everybody talking about White Castle, White Castle, White Castle. So we moved to Tennessee, and there's a White Castle here. And Mrs. Anchecker was like, oh, we got to go to White Castle. Oh, my God, it was disgusting.
I love White Castle.
It is a place for no offense now, Foley, since you just said you like it, but it's a place for stoners.
Well,
it's cheap food that gives you the munchie fix.
Then of course you got Waffle House.
Yeah.
Now you want to talk about some quality. You know, I'm still about halfway there as far as I think that the real cause of the coronavirus is Waffle House. You know? I mean, it's funny because I actually have a friend that I was meeting every week at Waffle House, and I was like, I was telling him, you know, I'm not too comfortable with going because I do have. Technically, I'm high risk because I have kidney disease, and people with kidney disease are vulnerable to this type of illness. So I decided I probably shouldn't go. And he goes, "Oh, come on, man! You eat at Waffle House, you're immune to anything."
That's just a super chat, isn't it?
What, Waffle House?
Yeah, you being at Waffle House all the time.
Oh yeah, there was one that says no. It's what because here's a true story. I was actually about a year and a half ago. I was about to get a job at Waffle House. They actually offered me in a manager position because I'd done restaurant management before, and I was going to take it. But then the channel started to pick up after my Last Jedi review.
That's awesome.
So the only reason I'm not working at Waffle House is this channel. True story.
That is great.
Yeah. Which now I'm so glad. Darren says they don't have Waffle Houses, IHOP, or any other breakfast franchise. Well, you know, here's the hilarious thing about IHOP, and I wish I was making this up, but I'm not making this up. IHOP just added to the menu three international pancake options. The first 3 international pancake options. Like one is based on Mexico, one's based on Italy, and I can't remember the other one's like French. Before that, while it's always been called International House of Pancakes, there was nothing international about it. It should have just been called Hop, but I guess that didn't sound as good. I don't know. What do you guys have up there, Captain?
Well, we don't have IHOP. We don't have Waffle House. We don't have White Castle. We don't have Olive Garden anymore. We used to have Olive Garden.
You don't have Olive Garden? Oh, my God. How do you survive?
Well, we go to Port Huron all the time to go to. It's only like an hour and a half drive from here, so we go there quite often. Yeah, but I mean, here we have Denny's. We have, let's see, Malibu is a good place for breakfast. Yeah, there's not really a whole lot of breakfast places per se. There's one called Cora's, which is more like an old people breakfast place, but yeah, nothing really like you guys have.
Wow, so there's really nothing to do in Canada but like drain the maple out of trees, I guess.
Sure, yeah.
That sounds really bad. Why don't you live in the United States? I will admit that ketchup chips are freaking awesome. Thank you, Alexander, for the ketchup chips.
That reminds me, I got to send you some shit. God damn it, I forgot.
Yeah, you keep forgetting to send me some shit. What's the
I'll
deal?
send you some.
Well, actually, I prefer that you don't send me some shit, but that would be rather disgusting, and I'm sure that the customs people would not appreciate that.
Especially now with the corona.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh man, I dare you to try to send me something and on the customs label write coronavirus samples.
I see that going about as well as it did in Meet the Parents. You know, bomb, 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 bomb.
That would be so horrible. In Australia, we have independent carafes for breakfast places, or independent cafes for breakfast places. Well, we have a lot of breakfast chains in the United States. Unfortunately, none of them are particularly good.
Oops, sorry.
What'd you do?
I slapped my microphone.
Maybe you should drink some more.
Well, I would, but I'm trying to maintain my girlish figure here. So,
Your girlish figure?
oh
Then
yeah,
you
yeah.
definitely drink some more.
But what do you mean? There's no breakfast places around here. We got Huddle House. That's a great place.
Huddle House?
Huddle House. It is.
What the hell is Huddle House?
Oh, you don't have Huddle House where you are? It is an amazing.
Obviously, no, we don't have Huddle House.
Wow, I wonder. Maybe it's just a
What
West
about
Texas
the
thing.
The Pickle Barrel or
The Pickle Barrel? We have Cracker Barrel.
That's the one. We have Pickle Barrels up here.
Pickle Barrel.
Yeah. It's
You seriously have a place called Pickle Barrel?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. But Cracker Barrel, when I go down to the States, I love going to Cracker Barrel.
Cracker Barrel is okay. It's just all the Cracker Barrel is the southern version of Denny's.
Mm.
All right, where did Joshua send that? Because I got a message from Joshua earlier tonight saying that the new super chat was ready, and I'm like, oh, I want to see it so bad.
Oh man, you're missing out. I looked it up. Huddle House is really just around mainly Dallas Fort Worth. I know there's one way. It's not showing it on the map, but there's one way out in far west Texas, and there's one up in Oklahoma. But it is an amazingly good breakfast place.
Is that actually a place far
It is.
west Texas?
Oh yeah, that's like the El Paso, New Mexico region.
I mean, why do you call it far west?
It's very descriptive. I'm not trying to be a jerk here. It is a 7-hour drive out to what I would call far west Texas from where I am. So from the border, it's basically a 10-hour drive to get to far west Texas. From the border of, what am I up against? Louisiana? Yeah, Louisiana. In fact, I'm going to look this up right now. If I went from Wascom to El Paso, what would it take?
Dang it. What did he send that to me on? I know I saw it.
Directions from El Paso. Yeah, it is. It's an 11 and 1/2 hour drive.
That's a long drive.
Basically the farthest you can go east to west in Texas.
And so what's so great about far west?
Nothing. No, there's nothing great about far. There's oil.
There's only one thing I know about Texas, and that's that on Route 66, you got some steakhouse that has billboards for hundreds of miles in both directions, and it's freaking awesome.
Yeah, but that's the Panhandle. I mean, that's practically Oklahoma.
It's still awesome.
I'll grant you that.
All right. Yeah, Fuddruckers sounds like a place to pick up thick milks. I'll tell you this. Now, they don't have Fuddruckers here either, but they do have it in California where I grew up, and Fuddruckers is freaking awesome. It's basically a Red Robin kind of place.
Yeah, John Eves, when we were in LA, he took us, me and Samuel, to Fuddruckers.
What'd you think?
It was awesome.
Did you go to In-N-Out Burger?
Yeah,
Yes, I've been to an In-N-Out Burger. Yes.
Really? You're gonna say
yeah, it's I mean, water.
No, I didn't think it was anything great.
Their fries are
The
freaking
fries are good.
yeah.
But the burger is what I mainly go for.
Brought you frosted fruity hole.
Okay. So okay, we'll try to play this so you guys will get an exclusive world premiere. Even though you won't, the audio will suck, but I got to see this because Joshua finished something that I've been asking him to do for a while. So let's get. All right. I said share. All right. Notice what you see there. If you're familiar with frosted fruity holes. All right. Do you remember frosted fruity holes? Did you ever see that?
Oh yeah, I've seen it, but I was laughing at the communist line up the top.
Oh yeah, free unless you're a communist. He always, Joshua, I'll tell you, if you look at most of his little animations, he throws stuff like that on all of them. You just never see it because it goes by so quickly. So I don't know how bad this is going to sound, but I'm going to try to play it. And so this is the sequel to the Frosted Fruity Holes commercial.
A new cereal from the people who brought you frosted fruity holes.
Yay! Bacon and eggs! Stop right there, kid. You can't eat that. That's a disgrace. You're better off with Plenty Puffs. What the heck is this stuff made of?
It's made of all the flowers and stuff from your mom's garden. What? Son, your mother and I had a talk, and I'm bringing the belt. Plenty Puffs. Why the f*** is this even a thing?
There you go. Plenty Puffs from the makers of Frosted Fruity Holes.
I love the anorexic tiger.
Yeah, well, I basically came up with the basic idea was I said, oh, what if we had like some kind of vegan cereal and we had like a really scrawny looking animal and he just went like, and so then everything else was Joshua. That's all I told him. And so Plenty Puffs.
Let's see. Darren Wagner is asking, "Where's Hulk?"
Yes, of course. Well, Hulk's right here. See? Oh, except he's kind of invisible. Ooh.
Camouflage, that's awesome.
Ooh. It's Ghost Hulk.
So honestly, I would have loved to have gotten a true Hulk / Black Widow movie instead of Captain Marvel. Like move Captain Marvel to be the first of phase. Are we in 4 or 5?
We're in 4 now, I think.
Okay, so make Captain Marvel phase 4 and bring in this whole scroll kind of subplot. And then have the Captain Marvel movie have been the Hulk movie instead. And get a look at what's going on between the two Avenger movies.
I thought it was too bad. Yeah, I would like, and I don't know what they're going to do with the Black Widow movie, and who knows if we'll ever see it now at this point because everything's messed up. But
with Corona,
huh?
With the beer,
the beer virus. But I agree with you, Darren. I would have preferred no Captain Marvel, unless they did Captain Marvel correctly and brought in Rambeau, who most people don't know who that is, but Monica Rambeau was Captain Marvel before Carol Danvers, and she was a much more interesting character.
Is Captain Marvel and Mrs. Marvel the same thing?
Yeah.
Or Miss Marvel, whatever.
Miss Marvel. I actually have Miss Marvel #1, and that is Carol Danvers when Monica Rambeau was Captain Marvel. And then later, for reasons, they made Carol Danvers Captain Marvel. And they decided to make Captain Marvel look like a lesbian, but she's not really a lesbian, but she's a lesbian.
Yeah.
Because why not?
As you do, yeah.
Because we got to throw anything we can into these comic books now to make it SJW friendly, because Quantum.
Yeah,
But-
Darren, that's exactly what I mean. Like a Captain Marvel that had been moved just 2 movies over. Well, 3. I forget about Spider-Man. I haven't seen that one yet. But it's 3 movies.
Spider-Man Far From Home yet?
I haven't. It's
See,
on my to-do list.
I'm horrified that you said that, but I'm glad you said that because I was actually going to mention a massive spoiler. Because I was going to say how that particular spoiler would have had so much more impact had we not seen Captain Marvel.
Yeah,
And I'm sure Captain Foley knows what I'm talking about.
absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah, Max Volume. Captain Marvel was Shazam, but then Marvel sued and basically won the rights to their own name.
Well, actually, but Captain Marvel was never DC Comics. Just for the record, Captain Marvel was,
Okay, yeah.
I believe, Timely Comics, if I remember correctly, or no, not Timely Comics. Gosh, I'm sure Darren can tell us in the chat because I'm forgetting what the name of the company. Maybe it was Timely. I don't remember. Anyway, but Captain Marvel was an independent comic book, and then that got absorbed by DC Comics. And then in the meantime, yes, thank you. No, you dumbass. You could just put the right name in there. Jeez. But anyway, but Marvel started publishing Captain Marvel because there was no Captain Marvel being published because that company was absorbed by DC, and then DC wanted to bring back the character, but they already had a Captain Marvel, and that's when the lawsuit happened.
Darkman 42 saying it was Fawcett.
Was it Fawcett? It might be. Yeah, that sounds right. And so, and there was a whole Captain Marvel family, which, by the way, they actually did fairly accurately in the Shazam film. The Captain Marvel family was represented pretty well, except for Uncle Marvel was left out, which is kind of too bad. And because Uncle Marvel is like this middle-aged, white, kind of fat guy. And with all the powers of Captain Marvel. But yeah. Anyway, so Darren's saying there was no lawsuit. I thought there was, but okay. Darren's the expert on that. I will yield to his wealth of knowledge on said subjects because Darren has even less of a life than anybody on this panel. So just saying, that's just fact. I mean, Darren probably understands. He probably wants to get some planty puffs. But anyway, the whole thing about Captain Marvel is that you cannot kill that which has no life. That is very true, and I'm glad you figured that out, Darren. Which I don't know if either of you get that, but that's an actual reference to something.
No.
Yeah.
Get it.
Yeah, it's from South Park.
Oh, I don't.
Yes. The kids. The episode was called "Make Love, Not Warcraft." And
is that the one with everyone in the basement at the computers and they're all fat and zitty?
Yes.
Okay.
And
you shared a picture of that, yeah.
Yes, I did show a picture of that because that was the Kurogan Secret Service at work. But in that episode, the kids were trying to level up their characters to defeat this guy that would just run around in Warcraft killing everybody. Even though if you're not on a PvP server, obviously you can't do that, but forget about that for a minute. So he was just running around killing everybody and nobody could beat this guy. And so these kids were working to level up their characters in order to beat him. And the executives at Blizzard were like, but how can we destroy that which has no life?
I see.
Yeah. And so anyway, so it was DC Comics sued Fawcett Comics for a breach of copyright, claiming Fawcett Comics Captain Marvel was too similar to Superman. That's right. That's what it was. That's the lawsuit. Which DC, I believe, lost that one, didn't they? But Marvel had the trademark for Captain Marvel, and DC couldn't do anything about it because DC was stupid. Only real men play on PvP servers 100% of the time, says Isaiah. Yeah, so Isaiah is that which has no life. Just so you know. But yeah, so the kids were fighting against a middle-aged, balding guy who looks suspiciously like Rock Solid. I mean, I don't want to say it was rock solid, but it was rock solid. I mean, that's funny because I put in that wit and then I filled in the rest. So let's see. So I'll show you this. This is not, I mean, other than the fact that it's turned into a meme, this is the actual character from South Park. And you tell me if this is rock solid. You tell me if I'm crazy or if this is rock solid. Okay. You ready for this?
Okay. He just needs the emblem.
Yeah.
So yeah, we need to take that photo and just Photoshop an emblem, rock solid emblem right onto it.
Now, the amazing thing, there's a guy who at BlizzCon, and I'm not, this guy did a cosplay of this character at BlizzCon. Now, not making this up, me and Lore Reloaded, at the time he was called Lasoyo, and I was on the Rational Roundtable channel, and we were there at BlizzCon when this guy cosplayed as that which has no life. You ready to see this cosplay? It's the most incredible cosplay you will ever see in your life. You ready?
Okay. Wow.
That desk is on wheels, and he basically just walked around the convention floor with that desk. And notice the color of the computer is the same, the keyboard's the same, the can, everything is laid out exactly as it is.
That looks like the guy from The Office and Rock Solid.
So yeah, that was incredible. I took a picture with the guy, but unfortunately I lost the picture. This is what it looked like if you backed up a little bit. So see, he's walking around on a stand. But very impressive cosplay, I gotta say. He went all out.
What's his name? Kevin. Kevin from The Office. That's what he looks like. He just needs the tie, and he's a ringer for it.
I'm telling you. He's like, okay, guys, we're going to talk about 5 things that rocked and 5 things that need some improvement. You see? Hopefully Rock Solid never sees this live stream. But, you know, that's what happens when you start telling truth.
Speak that truth to power.
Yeah. Looks like a fat bird of prey. No, it's, you know, you obviously don't know what Rock Solid looks like then, Don. Well, you should know. You've seen his videos. I think he looks more like Rock Solid than Bird. I don't know. What do you think?
No, not a fat bird of prey.
Yeah. I mean, maybe Bird of Prey and Lore Reloaded's love child.
Wow.
Yeah, that's sax music.
Lore Reloaded. Do you talk to him often still?
He's been really tied up with like working on getting his house sold and that kind of crap. So I haven't talked to him a lot lately.
Okay.
Why?
Just wondered.
Why? Is there something I should know? Like he's pregnant or something?
Hey, I don't want to say anything.
Okay. You're the father?
We got a junior situation going on here.
I mean, it could happen. I mean, you know, Canadian and Lore Reloaded find themselves alone and, you know, lonely. What's that? Kronos wants to know if you have a pot cough, Captain Foley. But I don't think Captain Foley does not partake, actually.
No, I don't.
Yeah. His wife does.
Yes.
But Captain Foley keeps it strictly to alcohol and heroin.
And CBD gummies. Come on.
Oh yeah. Well, when you're in the mood for the hard stuff.
Yeah. Although if you watch our stream from the other night, Sylvia and me, last weekend, there's actually two. There's the gameplay one because we played Injustice 2. That's on the Trek Yards channel. And then the other version is on the Captain Foley personal channel, which is just like a camera on us. And it's actually funny because we did some mushrooms when we were playing those games. And you can tell because we're pretty messed up.
Are mushrooms legal in Canada?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
We can buy them. She gets these chocolates. They're dark chocolate with different.
That's it. Can I move in with you, man? I just want to move to Canada at this point.
Come on.
Shrooms, pot. Yeah, just like.
Yeah.
Of course, I won't get any work done, but that's okay. I'll just mooch off you.
So there's 3 different kinds of chocolates you can get. Each have different properties. Yeah, because they're dark chocolate. You can't even taste the mushrooms. It's fantastic. That's the perfect dosage, like 1 whole chocolate.
So there you go. Life with Matthew's thinking, hey, Texas might not be the best.
No.
Texas sucks.
Hey, no, Texas is the best. We got tornadoes, we got hurricanes, we got earthquakes, we got it all.
Don't forget all the cactus you can eat.
That's right. And sweltering hot summers. It's amazing.
Yeah, great.
Why do you live in Texas?
Why do I live in Texas? It's awesome. I honestly do love Texas. It's a great place.
You have to say that. You're mandated.
Yeah, Greg Abbott, that's our governor, by the way. He signed a law that said all Texans must sing the praises or be deported.
And you have to go to Soroga if you lose, right?
Yeah. But no, I grew up in Texas, and we got all the technology I could want here. We got a very diverse demographics, which I grew up in extremely diverse demographics. And if I get anywhere that's too white, I actually start to feel uncomfortable. Like I don't recognize the culture I'm in anymore.
Yeah, I can understand. If there's one thing that I think of when I think of Life with Matthew, it's ethnic.
I know, but it's true. Like whenever I get someplace where it's just like 100% white, I'm like, I don't know this culture. Where am I?
I swear, there's nobody on this planet that is whiter than you.
Have you looked around this live stream, Matthew?
I know. But see, we have a shared culture of sci-fi, and so it works out. But yeah, I went to a high school where white people were the majority, which is to say we were like 30%, maybe 40% of the school population. And it's just that we were the highest percentage of people that were there. Second was African American. I think third was Hispanic. It might be reversed, but yeah, just growing up, that's where I was, and I can't think of living anywhere else. Every time I think about it, I'm like, well, I could go to. If I move west, I'm in the south, or excuse me, if I move east, I'm in the south, like true south of America. And if I move west, it just gets to desert. And if I move north, it gets too cold. So I'm just gonna stay right here where I like it.
Sounds good.
You're weird, man.
Pitar Rune, what I need is an Indian lad with a Texan drawl flying your spaceship. Now, when you say Indian, and forgive me for this, but this is the only way I know how to ask. Are you talking about the dot or are you talking about the feather? Because if you're talking about the feather, that's, again, me. And, son, I can do a Texan drawl if you want me to bust out my Texan drawl. That's no problem all for me.
Yeah, you see, that sounds fake.
Well, it's because it is fake, but it's what I grew up in all the same. Thomas Potts, you take it back.
What did Thomas say? Oh,
Dallas sucks.
Yeah.
Actually, Dallas isn't that great. I grew up Fort Worth side. Both are racist. Well, it's descriptive though. It's the shortcut that gets me the quickest answer.
The dot and the feather. Yeah, well, he's Texan, so he's got to be racist. Isn't that like part of the law?
It's close to it.
Do you carry a gun?
No, I don't. I go to too many job sites where it's illegal to have a gun on the premise, and so I I avoid it altogether by not having a gun on me. Because I do go to places where they could search my car just by going onto the premise. Because I program industrial controllers, which is what all that in the corner behind me is down there.
Nice.
So you just, when you're off work, you just shoot your gun into the air, though, right?
Only on Cinco de Mayo. I missed
So
it
you are
before.
racist.
Crap. What?
So you are a racist.
No.
Well, you just said that you only shoot your gun on a Mexican holiday.
Into the air.
Mm-hmm.
It's festive. Very
And
festive.
I noticed you hold up air quotes when you say the air. You know, like, yeah, we're shooting at the air. If there just happens to be someone in the air at the time, that's just a coincidence.
Hardly my fault.
Yeah. And by air, I mean border.
Yeah, we gotta keep them Oklahomans out. It's a pandemic.
Gotta keep Oklahoma out.
Yeah, the border, Texas, Oklahoma
Can
border.
somebody explain why West Virginia still has no coronavirus?
Bad reporting methods.
Well, I don't know, but I'm thinking about moving to West Virginia. And why is it the kids don't get it? I mean, not that I want kids to get it. I mean, that's Bird. Bird wants kids to get it, but
It's just less. They get it. It's just less dangerous for them.
no, they don't actually. That's been all over the news. Is that did West Virginia finally get one? Okay, I didn't see that. But yeah, kids apparently are somewhat immune. The largest city in West Virginia is only 50,000 people. Oh, well, that explains it. Okay. I don't know. I've never been to West Virginia. The only thing I know about West Virginia is John Denver mentions it in a song, I think. Yeah. Right before the words Mountain Mama. So, yeah. But what I think is hilarious though is that I'm looking at the CDC, the official CDC website, and it still shows Tennessee is having 39 cases and West Virginia was 0. We know West Virginia has 1, which means it's 100% off. And Tennessee is currently at like 79 cases. So it's 100% off as well.
I think 0 to 1 is an infinity percentage.
That's true, technically. We should turn kids into vaccines. Well, that's definitely what they're doing in Kuroga. They're taking like the tears of the orphans in the mines and injecting Bird of Prey's behind with them.
It's like a Doctor Who episode. It all works out.
To inject Bird's butt with the tears of Kurogan orphans?
Yes. Yeah, it worked out in the end. Don't worry.
So why is it that you defend the evil dictator? I don't understand that.
It's the team I started off on in Space Engineers. You gotta stay true to the team you started with.
Really?
Yeah, you're Southern. Don't you know anything about staying loyal to your teams?
So you're a racist. You just admitted that.
What, by being Southern?
Well, you got to
that's
stick with you got to stick with the team, right? So what you're saying is that the South will rise again. Woohoo!
See, that's what I warned about. If I go east, I get to the South. Although
if you go east, you're going south. Is that what you just said?
Yeah, if I go east, I wind up in the South. Although, admittedly, yes, Texas did fight on the South side of the war, unfortunately.
So, Life with Matthews and SJW confirmed.
Okay.
See, just admit.
I don't have an offense against that. That's like you get on an interview and someone's like, "Will you promise right here and right now to stop abusing your wife?" And the guy's like, "I don't know how to answer this question." You heard it here. He refused.
Yeah. Well, but here's the thing. Don't you feel that if you realize that the team you're on is inherently and systemically evil, that it's probably a good idea to leave said team.
I haven't really seen them doing anything evil. We have a great childcare program. I'm not sure if you've heard of it.
Yes, I have. It's called kidnapping orphans and making them work to their death in uranium mines.
No. It's like 4-H. We just teach them standard life lessons. Except instead of doing farming, we do mining. Uranium mining.
And
Same
what
thing.
what is the death rate of the orphans in the uranium mines? Like how many of the orphans survive long enough to actually reach the age of 18?
I'm afraid I don't have those numbers with me right now. I'll have to look it up.
Funny coincidence. The numbers are about well, as of yesterday, by pure coincidence, were the same amount of cases that there were in West Virginia of the coronavirus.
Wait, sorry. I'm getting some advice from my lawyer, Mike Zuckerberg. Yeah, I don't have those. I don't have those papers with me.
Well, that's okay. We just happen to have them. Wow, uranium mining sounds safe. Yeah, apparently it has a 100% mortality rate.
Oh, yeah, but so does breathing oxygen. So, I mean, what you gonna do?
Well, here's the thing. Breathing oxygen doesn't actually kill you. You just happen to die while breathing oxygen.
Oh, wow.
Well, actually, you die when you stop breathing oxygen, to be more precise.
Or maybe you die when you get a lethal dosage of oxygen. I'm not a scientist. I can't answer these questions.
Well, here's the thing. I'm beginning to think Donald Trump is originally from Texas. Because you sound an awful lot like Donald Trump right now.
Look, I don't have the numbers. You're just going to have to trust me on this.
There are millions of vaccine tests. Oh, man. And I'm not sure what site. Oh, is that the latest number? Oh, yeah. Thank you. You know, the funny thing is, I need to do this because so here's this website that just shows you the freaking current numbers, right? From the NCOV 2019 live, right? By the way, we're almost there, people. We're almost to 200,000 confirmed cases. We can do it. But there are people that are literally been streaming this website for like days and have thousands of people watching and are super chatting it. I'm like, really? So I guess I should, just so just stream this for the next couple of days and watch the money roll in.
I just imagine you go into your dashboard and see like the numbers skyrocketing right now.
That would be so funny. So come on, guys. Less than 400 to go.
That's sitting at about 4% mortality rate. That is, I mean, that's not great, but it's also not. It's not the 9 or 35 that you were talking about yesterday, thankfully.
Well, no. What I was talking about the 9 or the 35 is the last two outbreaks of the coronavirus.
Yeah.
But the thing about it, and I mean, the odd thing here, well, yeah, it says 4% just based on the number of confirmed cases and the number of dead.
Mm-hmm.
But we don't know how many cases there are.
Yeah.
And Tubian, no, that's worldwide. In the United States, and by the way, the United States is not nearly as high on the list as you might think. The United States is currently sitting at 6,203. Behind France, South Korea, Germany, Spain, Iran, Italy, China. And so, yeah. And China has over 80,000.
Italy, it unfortunately makes sense why they're being so hard hit right underneath China. This is the boomer remover.
Well, actually, in Italy, the mortality rate is huge.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because in Italy, the mortality rate is pushing 10%. While in China, the mortality rate is pretty low, actually. And so I heard that Kuroga recycles the dead orphans for food and for the surviving orphans. That is true, actually.
I'm not sure what you're talking about, but have you heard about our latest product, Soylent Green?
No, I've not heard about that.
It's amazing. It provides all the daily nutrients you could possibly need.
It's too bad that Alexander is the official propaganda.
Look, I'm just saying there's a thing called a Momo challenge, and I'm worried about it.
So now you are Alexander's assistant?
I can't help it.
Or maybe just translator. That see, you amaze me, Life with Matthew, because you seem like such a nice guy. Like you seem almost Captain Foley level nice. But then
He does, yeah.
the ugly darkness shows up when we start talking about Kuroga.
It's all a facade. It's like the North Koreans. I mean, no, this is me. This is all me, just happy-go-lucky, friendly, kind. Wait, life is evil?
Yes,
No.
Life with Matthew is evil, unfortunately, and that's the thing. Yeah, and you saw it here first. A absolute exposure of Life with Matthew's horrific truth that he believes that it is okay to abuse innocent children and work them in the mines until they die.
Oh, that's a gross misrepresentation of what we do. We provide a safe, structured learning environment for them.
Define safe.
Inside Kuroga. Safest place on earth right after Disneyland. Which actually, I heard a news story that Disneyland, a kid got snapped up by an alligator. So I mean, Kuroga's a little bit safer than Disneyland. Which unfortunately, the Disneyland thing was a true story. Florida.
So you're saying that because one child died in Disneyland, that Disneyland is more dangerous than Kuroga when 100% of children die in Kuroga?
Well, I mean, you also have to think about long-term health. If you think about the food they're serving at Disneyland, it is food that leads to diabetes. It's food that is fried, so it leads to increased heart risks. Kuroga does none of that. We only provide the finest lean food that you can give a person without starving them completely.
By lean food, I assume by that you mean humans?
If they can get them. Otherwise, we have a good rat supply. Plenty of protein and insects, I hear. We have a balanced diet that we provide for the children. So I mean, it's really, really a loving environment. Structured, very structured.
Very structured.
Yes.
How would you define structure?
We have them wake up before the crack of dawn, because it's important that children go to bed and wake up consistently. And then we control every aspect of their life throughout the day so that they understand boundaries. And again, provide structure because it's very important to a developing mind to have that structure. And by the time they graduate from our indoctrination centers, they understand how wonderful the Kurogan society actually is.
Because they're being indoctrinated.
Well, some people call it primary school, but yes.
Well, you called it an indoctrination center just now.
Truth in advertising.
Yeah, so you're evil.
No. We're
I'm
misunderstood.
amused. This is fun.
You see, and this is why, of course, Captain Foley is an ally to the Turdistani.
I'm a double agent.
Oh, really? So now you're Life with Matthew is convincing you of the benefits of Kuroga?
I can neither confirm nor deny.
And what can I say? But everyone who graduates from the Kurogan mind system has a guaranteed job for life in Kuroga.
How many people have graduated?
And how long is that life?
You know what? Hold on. I'm getting another message from Mark. I don't have those numbers in front of me at this time.
Okay, so everyone who graduates. Okay, so can you tell me about an example of someone who graduated?
Myself.
So
You
so
know-
you are a actual living Kurogan orphan who worked in the mines.
Yeah, I was orphaned at the tender age of 34. Oh, it was just so difficult. I still tear up a little thinking about it. But the Kuroko was there to support me, and I made it through.
I need another drink.
I think Life with Matthew needs another drink. I got to give you credit for your acting ability, though.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. But you see, here's the problem, though. We know you're lying. It's because here's the problem, and this is what you can't escape from, is that you are a genuinely nice guy, and so the fact that you're lying for the evil dictator, I know, is eating you up, and I want you to know that there is a safe haven for you in Kurdistan.
Have you seen the size of this room they provide for me, though? You can't see it, but there's a cot just right over there that usually is bug-free. So, I mean, I'm set up here.
Yeah, we have actually bug-free. And it's not a cot, it's actually a bedroom, which I know it's something Kurogans aren't familiar with. A bedroom is a separate room just for sleeping.
What? You've lost me. I'm not following.
Yeah, we actually provide people with a room that all they do in this room is sleep.
I had heard reports of the wasteful Kurdistani lifestyles, but I had no idea it was so depraved.
Yes. In fact, we even have rooms where you can cook food. And this food does not necessarily have to be human in nature. You can actually choose whether you want to eat animal matter, such as cows or chickens or pigs, or you can eat vegetable matter, which I know is something they don't have in Kuroga because of all the radiation.
No, there's plenty of vegetables. I typically called it mold and mushrooms, but there's vegetables.
No, the molds are that's a classification called fungi. That's not actually a vegetable.
I am a fun guy.
Oh, that you got me there. I guess. You are a fun guy, but yeah. So, Captain Foley.
Yes.
So, what do you think of what Matthew is saying here?
I don't know. He seems pretty convincing. He seems happy. He seems well adjusted.
He seems well adjusted to you.
What's that?
He seems well adjusted to you.
Oh, absolutely.
I'm curious as to the Canadian standard of well adjusted. I mean, that seems not well adjusted to me.
Hey, it's all a matter of perspective.
From my point of view, the Turdistanis are evil.
But you see, here's the problem. That the line that you're paraphrasing there was spoken by an evil character.
Who? Anakin? He's the one who defeated the Emperor. He's the ultimate good guy. Well, I guess the Emperor came back, but he still had a hand in it. Or not, robot fingers, but close enough.
Yeah, robot fingers. he lost a hand out of it, but yeah. Oh man. I hope the Kurogan virus hates laughter, says Kronos. Yes, Rey defeated the Emperor, not Anakin. So you understand that, right? Because Rey is the power of girl.
Technically, the Emperor defeated himself. Like, he could have stopped the lightning at any point. I think he was just so tired of these uppity rebels that he's like, you know what? Screw it. We're done. Just reflect it back to me.
Really, you think that's what he said?
Yeah, he was like, Palps out.
Palps? That's his name now? Palps?
Yeah. Hey, Schronmore, how you doing?
Oh, Lordy. Stromer, help. So Captain Foley's just being quiet, and Life with Matthew has completely lost it.
I'm not being quiet.
Well, you're being relatively quiet. I mean, I understand. You're Canadian.
I apologize.
Yes. Ask Foley if he thinks the Connie's neck is too thin.
It is. But it looks great.
Yeah, what defines a too thin of a neck?
If you can cut it with dental floss.
Okay. The Connie, you could definitely not cut with dental floss. I mean, you have a 1/350 sale Connie in your office. You should probably, why don't you do this? Pack it up carefully and send it to me, and I will test it with some industrial grade dental floss.
I have no comments.
Well, you know, I'm just saying, it's the only way to be fair. Darren says, I think the Connie neck should not have windows on it. I tend to agree there. Especially since the windows on the neck seem to follow like the turbo lift path. So I guess that's so you can like look out the elevator as you're whizzing by the windows.
Have you actually looked at the blueprints though?
No,
Those are like observation rooms in the neck. And then the turbo lift shaft is.
Yeah, but why would you get out of the turbo lift on the neck just to look out a window when there are windows on the other decks?
Because there's a table and some chairs, and you can make out in there.
I see. I did not realize that those were the official makeout rooms.
Absolutely, they are.
Okay.
I really got to start reading my blueprints better.
My life, man, I've been missing out on all the making out.
Yeah.
Well, the problem is that, you see, as a Kurogan, you probably don't understand this, but there's something out there called outer space, and it's someplace that Kuroga will never be.
Are you talking about the black firmament? I hear that thing's a myth.
The black firmament. So I don't know. Is that true? So Darren's saying the neck is only about 13 feet wide. Is that an accurate assessment, Captain?
That's pretty accurate, yeah. I saw a video on it once where they compared it to the width of a car, and it's not enough, really. But, you know, what are you going to do?
Well, they could design a better ship. Except that, I mean, I like the design of the Connie. What can I say?
As you should.
Yeah. To service the photon torpedo launcher on the refit model. I love the refit. Firmament, isn't that German? Well, you'd have
No, it's just old.
It's just old. And Thomas, I'm not purposely skipping. But yeah, Thomas wants to know, how do the windows under the saucer section work?
How do they work?
Yeah, like do you roll them down, I guess?
That's what I'm wondering.
Or they push button?
Oh, you mean on the bottom dome by the planetary sensor?
Yeah, well, the bottom dome, yeah, that's not a window, that's a sensor. But I assume he means the windows on the underside, of the saucer section, like above the dome but below the saucer.
That's what I was saying.
Yeah,
they're just angled differently.
Right.
Watch First Contact, where Picard shows her the little window with the force field thing. It shows her Earth. It's just that kind of a slant. Yeah. That's all.
And Darren,
I'd never thought about it, but there's probably a lot of windowless crew quarters.
Well, yeah. Like the entire crew.
Yeah.
Only
the not a senior officer.
Yeah. But of course, in Star Trek, apparently, of the 430 odd people on the Enterprise, about 420 of them are officers. Because that makes sense. But Darren says his fix would be to make the Connie just a tad bigger. I would make the inhabitable areas of the ship, saucer neck, and secondary hull assembly be as long as an aircraft carrier. Which I can understand that, but you know what? That's called Star Trek 2009. And yeah, you don't want my opinion on that Enterprise.
Technically, the TOS Enterprise is just a little bit longer than an aircraft carrier.
Well, it depends on what class of aircraft carrier, I suppose.
True.
Pidar says only officers get windows. So much of equality. Well, nobody said. That's the whole thing. If you're an officer, you get privilege.
Kirk didn't have windows.
Huh?
No.
Kirk didn't have windows. Most of the crew quarters were on decks, like deck 3 and 4.
Well, except for in the remastered, Pike had windows in his quarters.
Oh well, of course that's
And poverty has always been a sliding scale.
His quarters, though, were apparently on the BC deck of that ship. If you look at the curvature of that hull in his quarters, so he was like right below the bridge.
I'm not paraphrasing you, Darren. I'm just saying that the 2009 Enterprise scaled it up, and it's ugly. I don't want. That's the problem. Is that I think that I understand what you're saying. Like it maybe double the thickness of the neck. It might make more sense from a practical standpoint, but I still like the design.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And if you made the neck twice as fat, it would look stupid in all probability.
Yep.
Even though it would make more logical sense, and that's the thing. I get it. You equated what I said to what they did to ship in 2000. That's not correct. All right, fine. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to equate. What I meant to say was what you're suggesting is kind of what they did in Star Trek 2009, which is equating, but
it makes a lot of sense to have the captain's quarters be like right below the bridge. I guess it's a short commute time.
But what doesn't make sense is to have the bridge on the top of the ship in the most exposed position possible.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, they always should have been in the battle bridge.
Actually, in the original series, it was called Auxiliary Control. Thank you very much.
Tomato.
Well, here's the stupid thing. The battle bridge is like, oh, hey, we're going to go to the place where we go for combat so all the children and spouses can escape. How about this? How about you not put children and spouses on the ship?
It is funny. The battle bridge is where all the families live, and the saucer section is where all the officers work. Like whenever there's an emergency, they all switch spots.
Well, and how does that make any sense? Because where are all the families hanging out? In engineering?
Oh, no, like in the Arboretum, because apparently in one episode, Troy's like, Picard, would you like to take a walk about the Arboretum? And he's like, no, I'm fine.
That does not sound anything like Troy or Picard.
Because I have a bad accent for them. But, you get the point.
Just say, I sense a powerful mind.
Oh, gosh. Who are you? Freaking Deanna Troy.
No, there's a question for you, Captain Foley.
Yo.
Okay, so in Encounter Farpoint and Generations and every other time they've done a saucer separation, where were the families coming from? Because aren't all the living areas already in the saucer?
Yep.
So where are they going to get to the saucer, and where were they coming from?
They were all on engineering field trips.
Well, like where were the educational rooms type stuff?
They're in the saucer as well.
Also in the saucer.
That Rick Sternbach did, man.
Well, that's the thing. It's like, why would you? I mean, think about this. Why would you ever put the families any place other than where you want the families to be if you're going to do an emergency saucer separation?
It's a good question. I don't know. To make it more dramatic.
I never. It's always hurt my brain.
I get what you're saying, Captain. It's so Deanna has to choose to close the bulkhead on the guy who's running for her.
Right.
Yes.
And the kid can drop the teddy bear.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Very important part of the escape process.
Yeah.
I could literally see in Galaxy Quest, like as they're running, a teddy bear falling from the ceiling or something.
Yeah, they need to do that in Orville, like do an emergency quantum separation or something, and drop it, and have some kid drop a teddy bear as they're all going to the life pods. But it really makes no sense. It genuinely, because I've it's always hurt my brain because the Connie is a little easier to figure out the layout because it's a much simpler design, a more, shall we say, efficient design, where you have an engineering section, the secondary hull, you have the primary section, which is just research, sickbay, quarters, and then you have the bridge. And that's pretty much the ship.
Mm-hmm.
Well, and you have the shuttle bay, but that's behind engineering.
Yeah,
So,
you could fit a ton of the Constitution class in the same volume of space as you can fit a Galaxy class.
well, except that we do find out, thanks to Star Trek Discovery, that the turbo lifts are miles across.
There's that quantum subspace stuff going on again.
Yeah. And Kronos says the Enterprise E is the bestest ship. And Ozzy says there's no way the Orville separates, but it would be funny. No, they absolutely need to do a separation of some kind. Kind of like on Galaxy Quest. Remember, in Galaxy Quest, there's nowhere for them to separate to, but they did it anyway. Where they just ejected the bridge and landed it for some reason.
I could see the Orville separating like laterally. Like, you know, you got the two arcs, and then right in the middle, you just split the ship, and it splits into two like that.
And Stromer saying the family has kept an engineering section used as meat shields. Well, that's on a Kuroga ship.
They're an essential part to the heat transfer systems. If those bucket lines aren't going, that warp core is going to overload like that.
That would explain why no warp core has ever worked in Kurogan history.
We try to get them to go faster, but they're just so dang lazy.
And I get it, Darren. Yeah, you like the Excelsior because it's got the fat neck. I don't. I think the fat neck is the worst feature of the Excelsior.
I disagree. I think it's kind of a improvement for sure. No windows. It's got the ribbing for strength, and it's got.
I thought you were going to say for her pleasure.
Right. Do you know what I mean?
In Kuroga, the kids are in the nacelles catwalk.
They're on a treadmill. They power things.
Oh, so you don't have fusion reactors on your ships. You're powered by orphans.
Orphan reactors.
Yeah. I thought that was common knowledge.
Yeah. Me says the Jem'Hadar drove a ship right into the neck of the Enterprise D. No. The Jem'Hadar never fought the Enterprise. But if you're talking about the USS Odyssey, they actually crashed directly into the deflector dish, even though that should be the main sensor dish, but it's the deflector dish because quantum.
I did like the Voyager and Enterprise E design, where you got rid of the neck and just had more of a, I don't know, a hot rod kind of body design. It's built for speed.
Yeah. So you must like the Prometheus then.
That's the one that split into 5 ships, right? That's an interesting idea.
It's split into 3 ships.
3 ships. Sorry, Texas can split into 5 states. I round up all the time.
I'm sure you do. I'm sure that's all it is rounding.
Oh yeah, yeah. Rounding is actually a fascinating subject. No joke.
Rounding up the orphans for the mines.
Yes. How is it the Kurogans have so many orphans?
You've been seeing my Let's Play, right? They escape from other countries just to get to the safety and security and the structure of the Kuroga lifestyle.
And no, I wasn't. And by the way, Darren, I wasn't putting words in your mouth. Yes, you like the Excelsior, and yes, the Excelsior has a fat neck, and yes, earlier you pointed out that the Constitution has a skinny neck. However, I didn't specifically say that the only reason you like the Excelsior is because it has a fat neck. I'm just saying the Excelsior has a fat neck, and you probably like that because you like chicks with fat necks, apparently.
Stromore is asking how many of the Enterprise's casualty reports ever included families. Yeah, I don't think Paramount and now CBS was ready to go that dark.
Well, I already did that in the video where I showed exactly who died in Q Who.
I don't remember that one.
Yeah, I showed that there was there was a kindergarten class, and it's like, because think about it, they cut it out of the primary hall. Those are
yeah.
And so that's exactly where the kids would have been. And I said, don't worry, they'll live long, happy lives as drones. Kind of like Kuroga.
I'd say we're better than... Well, they do have an admirable structure.
The Borg?
Yeah. Somehow they've cut out the nutrient part of the thing. We got some stuff to learn from them. I'll work on it.
Okay. What is your exact job in the Kurogan government?
What's that, Mark? I shouldn't answer? Yeah, I shouldn't answer.
Why not?
I don't know. That's just what the Mark's telling me. You don't get to be a billionaire without being a little smart. I'm going to listen to the guy.
Shut up, Thomas. It doesn't matter that they were in an episode after Q. It's my head. It was a bunch of kids.
Those were new kids and new families.
Yeah. They just happen to look a lot like the kids that you're thinking of.
It's like babies. They all look alike.
Really?
Yeah. Kids, they just all start to look alike after a while.
So you're saying that, like, for example, a Asian baby looks like a African baby.
When you're working in the mines and you're covered in dust and sweat, we all start to look alike.
Oh, blackface.
Grime and dust is a great equalizer.
An African baby to an Asian baby with soot.
When you're in the mines and it's dark and you're covered in grime and sweat anyway, weeks between bathings, everyone starts to look alike.
Okay. So what's the deal with Aberjam? When is he going to be released?
Hold on a second. Aberjam is in Kurdistan. He's not... You gotta go slower.
Confirmed to be in Kuroga.
Sorry, I'm being talked to, but they're talking too fast. Hold on. He's in Kurdistan. All the reports about him being in Kuroga are false. There you go.
Propaganda.
Well, no, that's what you see. Unlike Kuroga, Kurdistan doesn't have a minister of propaganda, and apparently his English-speaking puppet Life with Matthew.
They're not buying it. I don't know what you're talking about. Sorry.
That's good. The report comes from Birdo Prey 5. Pin him down, mother. Who gave the order?
I'm sorry, Dave.
So, how do you, if you want to suggest that Aberjam is not in Kuroga, why is it that we can triangulate his position to Kuroga?
I've been talking to Darren about this one. So sometimes when you look over a lake, there is a refraction that occurs that makes something far away that should be below the horizon look like it's up close. And you can repeat this experiment with a Fresnel lens, I think it is one of those weird concentric circle things. And because of electromagnetism in the air and the water droplets over the lake, your GPS signal is being bounced around and reporting incorrectly.
And weather balloons.
Yes, thank you. Weather balloons.
And swamp gas.
I was expecting you to say interferometric fields.
Quantum.
You beat me to it.
And me is like, I want to see the Turkestan versus Kuroga gameplay videos. We need to get another game going, but we got to figure out what game to do. And apparently, I'm going to need more than just me on the Turkestan side, since apparently everybody has more fun playing on the evil side.
I'll join you.
Okay, I need someone that knows how to game on the Turkestan side.
You know, I've been having fun with 2 games other than my Escape to Kuroga game. The 7 Days to Die, which was just Minecrafting with zombies.
I've never played it, so
it's fun.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of lost its luster because it doesn't have a good end game. Like with Minecraft, you know, you can go far enough until you actually get to kind of an in-game scenario.
Right.
But with 7 Days to Die, and I guess also Space Engineers, it kind of lacks that. You just build forever.
Right. That's the problem with Space Engineers, is that we just kept crashing the server because everybody would just be building and building and building until we crashed the server.
And Ryan Landis is saying, I love 7 Days. Yeah, I love it too. It's really fun. And the other one I've been playing is the CSGO, which, I mean, that's not really that's a fun one to jump on and play, but it's not really a, like, long-term build stuff kind of game.
Right. Because that's the problem. We need a game that we can play competitively.
And in theory, you can do that on 7 days. Like, if you wanted to. I mean, you can team up and all be on the same side and just fight zombies, because they come every 7 days. Or you can make your own camps and try to raid each other's bases whenever you find them.
Do you set up like a perpetual server, or is it like where it's just a one-time?
No, I got a persistent server up. Like, I kind of want to scrape the one I got and start with a new map, because the map we have is very limited. I'd make it a little bit bigger.
And yes, Cronus, that's kind of why we stopped playing Space Engineers. We kept crapping out the server. And Thomas says, not all of you people crashed the server. I built non-massive ships like the rest of you. Yeah, but the problem is that your non-massive ships wouldn't win. We need to have that's the problem with Space Engineers, is really you want to build these massive mega ships, and it's a lot of fun to do that. But eventually you bog down the server, especially if nobody's blowing stuff up on a regular basis. And yes, Mike Richards, you did come up with the name Turkestan. Even though I am the duly elected president of Turkestan, I did not name the country, while Bird of Prey did in fact name Kuroga. Because Bird of Prey thinks of himself as a god, and Life with Matthew, being a good Christian man, is willing to follow a man who calls himself a god.
Well, you know, it's not that far of a stretch for the politicians in real life anyway.
I used to love Trade Wars 2002. I played that all the time back in the BBS era. Did you ever play that, Life with Matthew?
I actually did. Oh, yeah.
And so, yeah, how about you, Captain Foley?
I did not know.
It was an ASCII game where it was basically just a spreadsheet game, you know, where you would plot a course, you go to different coordinates in the map, and then like there are planets, and you try to build up bases, and it was a lot of fun. If somebody made a perpetual graphical interface for Trade Wars 2002, that could be freaking awesome.
It did suffer from not having just a little polish to it.
Yeah. But like if you took Trade Wars and it seems like such an easy thing to do, because it was a turn-based game, and and the admin could set how many turns per day each player got. And so you could set like each player gets 100 turns per day. And then if you have a scout ship, it takes 1 turn to move 1 sector. But if you have the interdictor cruiser, which is like the biggest ship in the game, it takes like 10 turns to move 1 sector. And so that limits your abilities depending on what type of ship you have. And like you could cloak your ship when you were done, like when you ran out of turns and you had to log out, you could turn on the cloaking device. But if somebody else scanned the sector you were in, they would detect subspace anomalies. And so then they could plant a bunch of mines or fighters in the sector with you so that as soon as you decloaked, all of a sudden you would explode.
Nice.
Yeah, it was awesome.
I kind of miss all the BBS type games, and they're still making text games. I've a long time ago I found, well, not a long time ago, a while back ago I found a
long time ago,
a long road. But no, I found a program that lets you play new text games. In the same vein as like Zork and stuff. The only problem is you have to be patient enough to actually read the text scripts.
Let's see. Trade Wars was originally developed in BASIC for the TRS-80.
I had one of those.
And it was ported to the IBM PC for the BBS system in 1984, which is when I started playing it. It's a cross between the BASIC program Star Trader and the board game Risk.
I just try to find some text games, and the first thing that comes up is a games to play by texting on your phone.
My favorite of the old text games, the single player games, was Leather Goddesses of Phobos.
Well, that name is certainly an interesting one. Tell me about it.
It's hilarious. The game was. Have you played Portal?
Yeah.
Okay, so you know how Portal's got the kind of a twisted sense of humor to it.
Yeah.
Leather Goddess of Phobos took it to a whole different level than Portal even did, because it was marketed as the world's first scratch and sniff game. And so it was a text-based adventure game like Zork, right?
Okay.
And you actually would, if you bought the game, it would come with a bunch of cards that just had numbers on them.
Okay.
And so then when you did things, it would tell you to scratch one of the cards and smell it. All right. So I'm not making this up. This is how the game starts out. You're in a bar and you just finished your third drink or whatever, and you feel that urge to go to the restroom. What do you do? Right. And so you would enter in, go to the restroom or something, right?
If you've read it like that, would you just start peeing on the bar?
No. You're basically, if you try to do anything else, it just sits. I don't understand that command,
Okay.
So so then it'll say, you see two doors. One says men, the other says women. Which do you go in? This is how you choose your gender in the game.
Okay.
So which do you pick?
So I go in the men's.
Okay. So it says you go into the men's room and you sit down, and a familiar smell starts wafting up into your nostrils. Please scratch card number 7.
Oh, wow.
All right. So then
I refuse.
So exactly, that's right. But you scratch the card and you smell it, and it's like kind of a spicy smell, and you're like, wait, what? That's not what I was expecting, right? And so then after you scratch it, you're supposed to hit the enter key, and so you hit the enter key, and it says, yes, you look down and see a hot slice of pizza sitting on the floor. It just totally trolls you throughout the game, where it leads you to think you're going to smell something disgusting, but it's like something completely unrelated and random.
Pizza.
Yeah. And so basically, as the game goes on, the Leather Goddesses of Phobos are a group of women from the Martian moon of Phobos who are trying to destroy the Earth. And so you have to run around and gather together all the various tools to make a doomsday device to defeat them. And by the end of the game, if you've collected all the various components of the doomsday device, you can stop them. If not, then you can't. However, as the name of the game implies, there are certain intimate things that happen, although never graphic. And so while you can put in Ensign Ricky's favorite word as far as what you're going to do, and it'll say the same thing as if you said the word kiss or hug or anything else. And it'll just say, oh, after a lovely night of lovemaking, you wake up the next morning and realize you have to continue on your mission, And Ensign Ricky puts $2 in, says, trying to get everyone on Galactic Civilizations 3. I think I actually have that. I'm not 100% sure. Let me check. Do you have that one?
No.
I don't.
Yes, I do have that one.
Trying to get everyone on Galactic
So, let's
Civilizations
see.
3.
Let's see. Total time played 16 hours, and I've had the game for like years. So I haven't gotten around to playing it much. So Ensign Ricky thinks we should do Galactic Civilizations 3. I don't know. Would that work as I haven't played it. So is it can you play it as a persistent type world thing? Or do you have to play it as a one-time game? And Kronos, get it right. You got to say, Ensign Ricky, thank you for your feckin' donation. We learned that today from Darth Revan. That's our new word of the day. Kerbal 2 has multiplayer. That's true. Kerbal 2 does have multiplayer, but it doesn't look like it has like any kind of combat system. Now, granted, for Karoga, combat just means point the ship at the other guy and, crash.
It's a surprisingly effective strategy.
Yeah, unless you're the person piloting the ship.
We found that as long as we name them Rose, people don't mind.
I'll give you that. All right, so we've been streaming now for 4 hours and 20 minutes. In other words, the perfect time for Canadians and people in the West Coast and stuff. Wow, 4 hours and 20 minutes, really?
Doesn't feel like it, that's for sure.
Yeah. Well, that's because you've talked for like 8 minutes of that time.
Hey, that's not true.
You're right. More like 7. Anyway, but that's not let's see. It's a 4x turn civilization game, but in space you have a persistent multiplayer battle. Well, that could work then. We might be able to get something like that going. I'll play around with it because I don't even remember playing it, even though I have it. So kind of get an idea if that'll work. In the meantime, Life with Matthew, thank you for hanging out with me these last 4.5 hours, and you can continue to think of lies for your country and also maybe a good game for us to play, but we should check out Galactic Civilization 3. Captain Foley, man, you wouldn't shut the hell up, but thank you for hanging out with us. It's
anytime.
Always a pleasure to have you on. And I guess tomorrow I am filling in for Captain Foley because he smartly took the day off, and so I have to be him in Trek Yards. I know.
That'll be a blast.
Yeah. Where are you going?
I got things to do, people to see.
Okay. Just got things to do.
Yeah.
All right.
I gotta go to Karoga. Oh shit! I shouldn't have said that out loud.
Wow. I just feel so betrayed. All right. So thank you all. It was an actual pleasure to hang out with these two guys now that Darth Revan's gone. And yeah, there's not going to be any end credits because this is a StreamYard stream. So, peace out and all that crap.
Thank you.
Bye, guys.
See you later.
And